Good evening, people. If you can hear me, this is the age case. What's everyone saying? Just gonna wait for the room to build up a little bit, and then I was hoping we'd go over and watch a little 4-minute video on David Icke that I built, and then get everyone in here, and we'll have a discussion, break a few things down, everyone throw in what they've got. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everyone coming in. Big yourselves up. As I just said a minute ago, just going to let the room warm up for 5-10 minutes, and then hopefully go and watch a video, a 4-minute video, and then we'll all come back here and have a big old discussion. A media consumer said he was going to come on. Body Boy said he was going to come on. I think Okai as well. Good evening, Free Rider as well. DJ Carmillion, Bright 77, Paul O'Neill, media consumer, private, and anyone else who's in there. Evening. Good evening. Yeah, you can hear me. All right. So yeah, the room's warming up, man. I'll stem the links out in a minute and we'll get going in a minute. Yo, big yourselves up. What you saying? This is the age case. Docs. What is everyone doing? I'm going to put the links out. Whoops. Get a few people up. We'll have a little discussion. Links in the chat. Come on up, y'all. You look. No. I think while I'm waiting for someone to come up, I'm going to play a quick video. I think it was his second video, or it's the video after the Wogan show. So I'm just going to play that. I think I need to unmute my mic. Yeah, that's the one. Come back to that. Good evening, man. How you doing?
Yo, all good, man. There was no sound on that clip just now, by the way.
I know, yeah. I don't know what's wrong with that.
Yo. Oh, okay.
It's really weird.
Sorry,
I had it set up and it was working, and now it's not.
Oh, really? What, you did a test
Yeah.
stream or something? Shit.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to get like into, sort of like technical behind the scenes stuff as soon as I come on, but no. No, I did some stuff about trying to figure that out last week. If you've got a Mac, I recommend getting a program called Loopback.
Oh, yeah, you said yesterday, I think.
Yeah, man. It's easy. It's perfect. Does the job.
I think I figured it out, actually, now. I think I just pressed the wrong button. Try it again. Fuck's sake.
All good.
Let me share the screen. Oh my god. You had a good day though? All good?
Yeah, man. I've been up since like 5 a.m.
Whoa.
I know. Very strange for me. I fell asleep accidentally last night, so so I woke up at like 5 and I was like, well, shouldn't go back to sleep now. Yeah. Yeah, man. What about you? You're normally fairly productive though, aren't you?
Yeah, it was raining today, so I didn't really do anything. Yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, man. I like what you did just there. Yeah. Did you like piece all that together?
Yeah, just threw a few videos and pictures in.
No, I like sort of like the kind of hip hop intro to it. That's good.
Oh yeah. Cypress Hill.
You can play that.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I didn't get a copyright on that.
Oh wow! Oh yeah, I guess because they tell you before you actually upload it.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, you shouldn't be getting like a misinformation or anything like that on it because just sort of like an intro to him. You didn't say anything that was sort of like contentious.
No.
Mm.
Let's see if this.
Guest.
Yep.
Was a goalkeeper for Hereford United Football Club and Coventry City. He had to give up his sporting career because of incipient arthritis. After that, he was elevated to the lofty ivory tower of BBC Sports as a commentator. He was then cast to the ground again when he joined the Green Party in Britain and became their spokesman on various affairs. Now he's upwardly mobile and with a vengeance. He's written a book called The Truth Vibrations, in which he says, amongst other things, that the world, the planet as we know it, is destined to be destroyed in the near future unless we, all of us, all the people of the planet, change their ways and get into line with the natural environment and start protecting the world and start protecting the environment and the planet. Otherwise, things are coming to a crunch. Inter alia, he also claims to be the Son of God. He claims to be the Son of God. How you're going to react to this, I do not know. But would you welcome, please, David Icke. David. Hello. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. You do claim to be the Son of God, David.
Yeah, let's get it right. We're all the children of God. We're all created by God. We're created by the thoughts of God. When we think, we create an energy field. When we think thoughts of love, forgiveness, and peace, and all the things we want to bring to the world, we create a certain kind of very positive energy. When we think thoughts of hate, of all these other emotions of anger or fear, we create another kind of energy, a very destructive one, which, if it's in big enough quantities, destroys the very life force of creation, which comes from the being some call God. The name I'm given is the Godhead. Now, if we can create by thought, what can the Godhead do? This master spirit at the center of all creation. He can create almost anything he wishes by thought, and he creates us by thought.
But do you claim to be the Son of God? Because Terry Wogan said to you on the Wogan Show, you claim to be the Son of God, and you said yes.
Well, I am, yes, I'm saying that. What I'm saying is we're all the children of God. But some people come to earth, Jesus was one, there were many more before him, who are actually part of the soul of the Godhead. It's God incarnate on earth. That's what Jesus was. That's what these other people were before. To try to bring the truth to a planet that has lost that truth for 12,000 years, and as a result of which, we have taken this wondrous planet to the brink of not existence.
Jesus said, I and the Father are one.
Mm-hmm.
That means he was the Son of God. Are you claiming that too? You and the Father are one?
We're all one with the Father.
No.
Oh, yes, we are. We're all one with the Father. What I'm saying is that if I, as Jesus was, and others were before him, an aspect, part of the soul of the Godhead, then these beings are the Godhead incarnate.
And we are all sons of God and children of God in that way.
Well,
but are you special?
No one's special.
Have you been singled out?
The message that comes across all the time is the Godhead loves all of us as if there was only one of us. No one is special. But there are certain people who come to Earth at certain times, and to other planets too, at times of great crisis to try to help to sort things out. And they are just the Godhead in a physical body. This great transformation of Earth that's already beginning is already underway, is being guided not by yours truly alone, but by the whole of creation. Because if this planet is destroyed, the whole of creation is thrown into chaos, because planets and stars are not there because the Godhead fancies it. Wouldn't it be pretty? Everything is there. It has a purpose. It has a meaning. It has a reason for existing. And if one of the planets or whatever ceases to exist because of the way we treat it, then the whole of creation is threatened. And my goodness me, I'll tell you this, it is threatened very much at this time. It is a matter of years if we continue to turn out this energy of hate, of anger and fear and all these other emotions that we have made into an art form on earth.
He's wearing turquoise again.
From straight early on, the media were trying to sort of manipulate his words and trip him up.
Yeah, I saw your comment just there. Yeah, I thought the same. They did sort of push that question sort of 3 times or so.
Yeah. And made him out to like he was the son of God when he wasn't really saying that, was he?
Yeah, it's hard to say because I can't remember exactly what he said in the Wogan interview. It's been a while since I watched that. Yeah, I mean, he's saying that we all are as well. What he reminded me of is when I've mentioned this before in Alice Bailey's book, The Externalization of the Hierarchy. She talks about the new group of world servers. It sounded similar to what he was saying there about sort of bringing humanity's, or what was it that he said, like bringing humanity's like vibration or something
To a higher vibration, I think, wasn't he saying?
Yeah. Yeah, hard to interpret what he means by that.
Yeah,
I suppose, you know, you could take it either way, couldn't you?
but I kind of remember being a kid, and whenever you would mention anything sort of out of sort of a bit conspiratorial, you'd have like family members and people going, "Oh, look at this! It's David Icke. Look, eat your heart out." That was a kind of 80s and 90s thing. You'd get the piss taken out of you if you spoke out about something, and
Really?
I think, yeah,
I never remember hearing about him when I was a kid, to be honest.
no.
No.
I think he
mean,
disappeared for 10 years. He literally just went off the map for 10 years, which was around sort of the 2000s, I think.
yeah, it seems like it. Yeah, he didn't come up on my radar when I was growing up really at all. And then I suppose I knew who he was before learning everything else.
Yeah.
So then when it, you know, when I learned everything else, and it was like, oh, David Icke is like large, you know, makes sort of a big splash in this field. I was like, okay, well, I know who he is, but I didn't know why I knew who he was.
Yeah, I kind of knew, yeah, same. I didn't really know who he was, but yeah.
Oh, he talks about the protocols of the Elders of Zion. I didn't know that.
The Anukai, the Babylonian Brotherhood. Yeah, he's talked about a lot of things. Critics have accused him of being anti-Semitic, Holocaust denier. I don't think I've heard that, but
That's always their go-to thing, isn't it? Anti-Semitism.
Yeah. He's got a lot of books as well.
They're all in dollars. It's weird.
I'm sure I've had a look at Children of the Matrix.
Yeah, I bet you could pick them up in charity shops at this point.
Yeah.
Lifting the Veil. That's I didn't know he had a book called that, because there's a popular YouTube channel with that title as well. Nothing to do with him. Interviewed by John Rappaport.
So yeah, he's been selling a lot of books over the years and doing a lot of shows.
Yeah. What's his latest one then?
Latest book.
I know The Biggest Secret was one of his.
This one, and The Truth Shall Set You Free, I think. Not 100%. No. I don't know, actually. Will it have a thing? Latest books? No. Interesting. I just found loads of websites, really. A lot of them for him, a lot of them against him.
Yeah, I saw something like this title recently about about how conspiracy theorists are making money off the pandemic. It was talking about how anti-vaxxers are making. I may have talked about it at some point. It was like I don't know, it was a mainstream media article, either BBC or Guardian or something. they were twisting it in that way as well.
And I found a video, and he was going through London Real, and he found out that London Real and David Icke, they were basically the highest trenders on YouTube in March and April of last year, bigger than Mr. Beast and PewDiePie.
It's amazing how popular
Crazy.
these things are, but then how sort of diminished they are in stature by sort of the mainstream media. You know, and at the same time, they're sort of some of the biggest, most watched things there are. You know, it's like similarly, it's like Vernon Coleman. You know him?
Yeah.
He because he's been around for years, but he's been quite popular during the last year or so. And in the vaccines section on Amazon, his book is number one in the entire thing on Amazon. It's just it's that same sort of, what do you call it? I don't know, duality.
Market, maybe? Or I was going to say market.
Well, yeah. But I mean, sort of how they say one thing and yet actually it seems to be the opposite in other ways. Oh, where'd you find that?
Just looking through, I just typed in a few different things and saved all the links. I'll put this one in the chat. I suppose it's good to have a read through. Whenever he's getting accused of something, it always seems to go down to anti-Semitism or something though. Like he got sued, so that was for anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
And then they say he's into the New Age, which I don't know. I've never really seen myself.
New Age is in, I mean, it's just another term that's sort of thrown
Yeah.
about that loosely means a lot of things.
Definitely. Like conspiracy theory, that's another word. I think that's used. It could be used for a number of things.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that the term conspiracy theory was created by the CIA in the 50s, but I've never actually seen any proof for that.
Yeah, I think they probably resurrected it, maybe.
Yeah, I try to avoid using it to describe anything serious.
Yeah, I prefer what is it? Truth Seek, I suppose, or
yeah, truth movement. Ancient aliens debunked. Nice.
Yeah, there'll always be debunked videos and to debunk videos, I suppose.
Oh, right, this guy in that article is using the triple brackets thing.
Where's the triple bracket?
In like the third paragraph at the top. The one that you just put the link out for. Interesting.
Yeah, trying to make it stand out a bit more.
Yeah.
Oh, there's that. His connections to Alice Bailey in this documentary. Carl Sagan, I liked Carl Sagan. He was another. I wouldn't say he was more sort of science, though, I suppose.
Oh, the guy who hosted the original series of Cosmos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Tazarian, he was another one around the same time as sort of David Icke, I think.
Is that documentary even still available?
No.
I'd like to see that. Is that you say those are the things covered in that documentary?
Yeah.
Maybe it's elsewhere.
Yeah,
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if that video I just put out would get binned at some point.
Yeah, a lot of these websites probably made years ago, and then videos get deleted and stuff.
Yeah, one thing I found interesting, he did an interview with Alex Jones on the 11th of the 11th, 2011.
Weird.
Yeah, they did point out it wasn't just a coincidence. They said, the date that it was during it. They were like owning up to it. But yeah, the link between those two as well is interesting. I mean, I trust David Icke more than I trust Alex Jones.
Oh, I don't trust Alex Jones one bit.
No, and he doesn't say quite as much truth as Icke does.
No. I think Icke tells quite a lot of good things.
Yeah, he really does. There's a lot of as I've said before, I've listened to a lot of his, I was going to call them sermons then. Like this sort of stage shows and other things that he's put out over the years. Because when I used to have a job in a warehouse, I would just sit with my headphones in and just walk around all day just with those in. And so I heard all he had to say about sort of he was talking about Saturn and like the hexagonal storms and the reptilians and all of the bloodlines and Rothschilds and all of that other stuff that other people talk about as well.
There is a good one I saw. He went round Rome and he was sort of pointing out all the buildings, which was interesting. And he did mention the Jesuits, which was very rare for him to mention. Yeah,
I wish I knew more about that, to be honest, because it seems to come up a lot in gematria. And I've only recently been looking into gematria. I mean, I've known about it for years, but I've not really understood it particularly. That video I just put out earlier had a tiny bit of that in it.
Yeah. I mean, I figured out today David Vaughan Icke is 23. Isn't that like a big Illuminati number? Meant to be.
Yeah. There's that film, The Number 23.
Yeah.
With Jim Carrey.
Oh, where he's writing on the walls and he keeps seeing the number popping up.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen it.
I watched that years ago. That's a good one.
Yeah, DJ Carl Million in the chat. I would recommend having a look at Gematria Effect News. He does a lot on gematria and numerology. There's some incredible things in there that just sort of blow your mind a little bit. He's on his 21st channel now.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they just keep deleting them.
Yeah, he went through a period like in sort of like the teens of his channel numbers where they were deleting it sort of weekly. And then his last channel, he's just binned off. The other day, he had a video called My Last Stream because he's had so many strikes and he knows when it's about to be deleted. And he renamed his last channel, his 20th one, he renamed it About to be Deleted by YouTube for the 20th time. Yeah. Because he's got like 80,000 subscribers on that one, and his new one's only got like 2 or something like that.
Yeah, they hate that, don't they? There's people, when they get deleted, everyone just moves to their next one, and they just have to keep deleting it.
Yeah, but he's, even in his live streams, he's been saying, like, this is my channel. You should all be moving over to it. Like, how have you not? I've got 80,000 on that one, and there's more people in this chat right now than are subscribed to my new channel. If you're here, why have you not subscribed to the next one? Come on.
Yeah.
What's that, Ms. Chime? No notification tonight. I don't understand what you mean, sorry. Yeah, I mean, are there any other Icke documentaries or films of his that we can watch? Or that we're allowed to.
Yeah, I suppose I could get one up quick in a minute. What? I'm just thinking, do I get it? I don't really know any of his out there at the minute.
Does he have a YouTube channel?
No, he got everything deleted last May, I think. Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube all in a week.
Okay, he's been sort of like perma-banned, like Alex Jones was.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and he also did that interview with London Real, didn't he? I think that was an exclusive one they did.
Yeah, I had like so many views, and then they just deleted it.
Oh, that's gone as well, is it?
Not London Reels. No, he somehow got around it all.
That's a big bottle of bubbly.
Young Icke and what's that? Russell. I forget his name on the right. Russell something.
The Michelin Man.
Yeah.
He's even got like the sort of stripes on him.
Young David Icke.
That sort of other guy to the left of Icke, I recognise him as well.
Russell something. Russell. I can't remember. David gone back to his doomsday bunker on the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, and he shows everyone where he lives all the time.
Yeah.
Which seems odd.
And I know he's part of the community. I think I've seen a couple of videos where he goes to the football ground every week, and everyone knows, or obviously everyone knows him. But
there was a Vice documentary about him. I think it was Vice, and they went to the Isle of Wight and went to his home, and yeah, they sort of showed him like walking around, and people were just saying hi to him normally.
Yeah.
And yeah, like showed the outside because he lives. I don't know. It seems like he lives in. It looks like he lives in a flat, to be honest. Well, I don't know. Unless he owns the entire building, but it looks like a large building with sort of like white pillars outside the front and like a large kind of detached Georgian. Don't know. It's not quite a mansion, but it's pretty big. So I don't imagine he owns all of that. I thought I saw like a series of doorbells on the front. So
yeah, Dolly was saying the other night. It's like a family business, isn't it? I suppose. What's the son's called?
Gareth Icke.
Gareth, that's the one.
Yeah, I don't know what he does though. I've never really seen anything. If he like has a different angle that he comes at it from.
Yeah.
I did meet him in Birmingham at the last Birmingham. No, sorry, not at the last Birmingham protest. There was no one there for that one. But the one in, I don't know, the one that Rich did his speech at. I met Gareth Icke then because I was with some people and they said, "Oh yeah, come over and meet Gareth Icke." I was like, "All right, if you know him, like, fine." And I went over and I shook his hand, but he seemed too busy to talk at all, to be honest. Sort of like, "Hi, yeah." Oh, he's got another son as well, Jamie.
Jamie, yeah, 2 daughters or something.
Yeah. Who is his? Is he single now? Like, who's the mother? Who was his wife? Is his wife?
He's got a second wife. I saw.
That's normally like I know, that's normally sort of a clue.
But the first wife is still part of the business.
Oh yeah.
Which is nice, I suppose.
Yeah.
Cozy.
Yeah, but it's the sort of thing you often see in these circles, though. Not in like conspiracy circles, but in, I don't know, those like high up people. They often tend to have people involved who shouldn't really be involved. Like, or you see stories about people who are still living with partners like a decade later after breaking up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not a thing that a lot of people do.
I mean, I didn't speak to my son's mum for about a year, and then we kind of, over the years, we've became sort of friends. You have to, in a
Lucky.
way.
Lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that for a bit, for a bit, and then it broke down again. Well, we had another kid as well. Got too friendly. Got too friendly for a little while. Why is Ike considered a gatekeeper by many? Don't know, Freerider. Gatekeeper. Well, you know, he is popularized by the BBC, advertised.
Yeah, possibility. I don't know. It's a hard one, isn't it? Because any of us could get as big as him, and there'll always be people saying that you're a shill and you're this and you're that and you're being paid by the government. So I think he just got into a certain market at a certain time, and he got big, and he's just continued it on like, as a family business kind of thing. I don't think he's part of the MI5 or even the BBC. Maybe, I don't know.
Have you seen his second interview with the BBC as well? Well, I don't know if it's his second, but the revisited Terry Wogan interview.
No, I'll have a look for that quick.
Yeah, it was only, I swear, like 5 years. I don't know. It was only shortly before Wogan died. It was, yeah, not that long ago, I don't think. And they talked about the first interview, and Wogan apologized for how he did it and everything. It got a lot of traction on the internet and on BBC, which seems strange for so, like, you know, back in the 90s. Maybe it was easier for them to sort of talk about these things without the internet there, but this was in the internet age.
Yeah.
So they must have driven, you know, the BBC drove a lot of traffic in his direction. I bet if you look at when it was released and then look at the what do you call it, the Google, you know, the sort of the graph of popularity. Yeah, Google Trends. I bet he had a spike then.
That's interesting, actually. Yeah,
it was.
Because it was literally most of the information people got up until, I don't know, 97, 98 was from the BBC and the ITV. Or you had to buy certain magazines, or right, I found that Wogan one that you're on about, the second later version.
Yeah. Is it on YouTube?
Hey there. Am I there? Oh, no.
Oh, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit quiet.
Sorry. No, interesting topic, Mr. David Icke. I will say he was part of my awakening. Absolutely, I can't deny that. But today I kind of have another very rational thought. You kind of think, okay, what's going on here? And I kind of see that David Icke was somebody that kind of, they knew the truth was going to come out, and he was put in place to be what I call the gatekeeper, or a gatekeeper. He had a lot of publicity to think about at the beginning, right? Ridiculed or not, but he uses that excuse every time, victim mode. And I don't buy into victim mode. You either know what you know, you're going to do what you're going to do. You don't need approval from anybody else. But he continuously refers back to those days, yeah? And the public did this, and they were this, and they were that, and so on. But he's written how many books, you know? And he's had huge publicity. He had the Wembley Arena. Think about it.
Yeah.
Now, who sets that up? who gets that kind of publicity without any kind of backing if he's a nobody and if people think he's crazy? And we're the crazies today, right? You should take us down or take it down, right? But David Icke, he's had a platform for all these years in every country that he's gone to. Now, I know, I think it was probably 2 years ago, or maybe 2 years ago, he was banned from coming to Australia. Another publicity.
Oh, yeah.
If I call it a stunt or not, again, I don't want to be derogatory here, but, you know, I think everything that's happened to 2020, right, was to prepare us for 2020. So they knew that. Now, Age, I sent you a link. It's quite an interesting link I've sent you. I came upon it accidentally about liquid. I was just researching liquid crystals. Why? I don't know, but I just thought I could have figured this out. What's this chocolate all about? And how can they actually penetrate the cell or the atom or whatever to do whatever they're going to do, change that, you know what, God-given DNA. And somehow I think that everything that's happened, be it Alex Jones, be it whoever out there that had platforms that got millions of views and whatever, really was to sort of, you know, us to believe that they were the guys that were going to, you know, break through the truth and so on, and that you know, they were our heroes. Well, in my view right now, we have no room for heroes. It's happening. It is as it is. They played their part. They've done a good job. And the fact that they're no longer on this platform, I don't think it's a mistake. I think it's by design. Now, I'd like to leave that to you too, and you know, comment back if you wish to. You think?
Yeah, I was just going to see if Age would go first.
Gone. Huh?
Don't know.
Still there, Age?
Maybe not. Maybe he's gone away for a moment. Maybe he's having technical problems.
Sure. Yeah, but you're quite young. When this started out, you know.
Oh, you are there?
Yeah, sorry, I was just I was going to put that video on, so I changed the settings and then I had to quickly change it back. But
okay.
I was going to say,
get loop back, man, because you don't have to change it. It's really good. We'll talk about it after.
I was going to say, what you're saying, Miss Chimes, is you think that he got all this publicity over and over again from maybe the BBC, or they gave him this publicity, and then they can kind of use his most outlandish theories to use it against him and the people that. Exactly. Some of the stuff he says is right. Most of the stuff he says is right, but then they'll just use the lizards and.
Yeah, I get where you come from, Age. But if you dig deep enough, you'll see somebody who, you know, had a platform on many occasions, had, you know, televised, you know, where we all watched in the old days, you know, the BBC and whatever channels, like in Gay Byrne's case, it was RT in Ireland. And why? I mean, today I ask why, but I kind of figured it out, is that they needed him to happen at a certain time. Remember this plan, excuse me.
That's what I believe.
This plan has been going on for a very long time, right? He's if you think about, you have a plan and you need X, Y, Z, okay, to build, again, go back to the analogy of build a house. And I think he was part of that. He was brought in, or he was designed to, you know, give X amount of truth so we could see, okay, there is some truth in this. Yes, they are doing these things, and, you know, whatever. Yeah. And he just had such a widespread of what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say propaganda. What I want to say is that he had a platform where he could actually talk about all of these things. Now, again, I don't want to, I'm nobody's judge, but my feeling, my gut feeling is, like Alex Jones, he was brought in to be that passive guy, the one who's like, get everybody on the side, get them going down that route. Fine, we woke a lot of people up. But what you always say, research for yourself. Once you start researching, once you connect your own dots, he's part of the game. For whatever reason, I'm not his judge, but I truly believe he's part of this game. Is he against humanity? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, really, isn't it? Because it sounds malicious when one sort of posits that he's a part of awakening the masses, but purposefully on behalf of the powers that be. It sounds inherently malicious, but actually, if we go back to that book that I mentioned by Alice Bailey, The Externalization of the Hierarchy, they want people to know the truth. And that's why it's all
You're
laid
talking
out.
about, you're referring to the mystery schools here, I take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Madame
Okay.
Blavatsky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. She wrote, The Externalization of the Hierarchy and The Revelation of the Method, which both books, by simply by their title, you can imagine sort of what they're getting at. They do it through very wordy poetic sentences and a lot of like wordplay and things. But yeah, it's essentially what they get at is there is like the new age, and they're trying to bring about a sort of oh, nice one, like an awakening of the masses, and that is provided by the new group of world servers, as she calls them in this book. Yeah, I was going to buy a copy of it. It's very long though.
Just to hit a little bit on Alice Bailey and Madame Blavatsky, and then we have, a breakaway with Rudolf Steiner, who didn't quite understand Madame Blavatsky. Sorry if I don't get her name correct. Well, he challenged that in the day. Now, they were all kind of fascinated with Madame Blavatsky because her sort of connection and so on to the spirit world and the information that she was bringing through and her Indian experience and so on and whatever. That it's like, I don't know if people are ready for this, but they were trying to tell us then what was going to happen now and that era we're in now. Okay, so Rudolf Steiner kind of said, okay, we may not understand her, but we need to give some information. The mystery schools, I believe, wanted to give some information because they knew what was coming down the line to help us prepare. And now I would say there's probably a select few on the planet who get that and understand. And hence we want to dig deeper and find, really what is it that is happening here? Right? One thing we know for sure, it's here. Secondly, we know a chocolate and a chocolate is here. Okay?
Yeah, if we're going to use that term.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to use it because I don't want to turn and take it down. But the chocolate that they want to give us to fix that chocolate, bar chili, right? I don't believe that what it has in its ingredients is for our good, let's just say. Now, given that we have 4 of them, apparently, 4 different types, and yet we are seeing that each country is kind of, let's get the vulnerable. Next is the age group, right? The age group, break it down, 60 to 75, break it down. It's like the next group is 60 to, well, here in Sweden, 60 to 59. And I just read today that Johnson & Johnson apparently are testing a new COVID vaccine on children, babies, right?
Yeah,
this is
they
not a
started.
vaccination to protect. This is to disturb, not age. I'm going to tell you this. The link I sent you correlates this. Okay, in a sense that that French company are studying human behavior. What happens when society, but naturally we will divide if we have opposing opinions, right? So we have one camp saying this and we have one camp saying that. Now, I think that the intention with certain things like I should bow my knee, right? I should cover my face and go to a party, right? And be faceless. Again, not to take the channels out. But their intention was to see who was going to divide into one camp and who was going to divide into the other camp. Okay. Now, if you share that, if you research it, I put the link in. If you want to send that link back in, because I don't know how to use the chat when I'm on this and I don't see the chat. If you want to send that back in, you will see actually, the steps that were taken to get us to the point that we are today. So there is a very clear plan for when many are involved and so on. And there's many components to this plan, and there's many factions to this plan. Some of us want to do the research to try and put our own dots together, right? I think what David was doing was trying to curtail that and say, listen, I'll do the research for you. I'll give you, what I believe, and we'll all go, yeah, okay, we'll follow you, David, kind of thing. If you understand me.
In a way, it opens the door for people to, but then also kind of monopolizes that alternative information stream.
Sure. And he was good at it. And then when he was taken down, oh my God, David's gone, oh my God, what are we going to do, I think what we have to do is just figure it out for ourselves and try and realize that there are many players in this game and they have different roles to play. They will appeal to different factions of society and they will engage us. Okay, and he has engaged me. So I thank him for that, but that's it. It's over now. It's, my relationship with David Icke is done, kind of thing. Now I got to figure it out for myself. And I feel that's kind of where society has to get to, that but by the very fact that he was removed from, a platform that was kind of available to most people if they wish to research, he's no longer there. And that's not a mistake, in my view. I think it's designed that way. Again, I'll say, I'll open up and...
party as well, wasn't he?
Oh God, at the beginning, yeah. I mean, he was a footballer, so he got the football crowd. Then he was the Green Party, so he gets the Green Party crowd. Yeah, David was, promoted as, the son of God. And then he was all of these things in the background. He was also a weatherman, right?
Was he a weatherman or?
Yeah, the BBC.
Well, I thought he was on like grandstand or football.
Oh, he was that too. He was that too. But I believe he was. If I'm correct, I believe he was. I think he moved around the BBC, or they moved him around. I mean, I guess they were preparing him for this role, or whoever was preparing him for this role, to give the idea that he was, the normal guy who working class from Leicester, making his way through life and so on, and that we'd all kind of, flock to him. We support you, David. Again, as I said, I'm not knocking him. He was the guy that kind of put me on the path of research. However, I'm done with that relationship. I no longer find, the information he gives us to really help us in this situation. We're in this situation. Where is he now with the so-called solutions? And I remember watching a video and he actually said, don't ask me for the solutions. I was just thought to myself, well, you've been on a platform for years telling people what's going on and you're just saying, no, sorry, can't help you.
Yeah.
Private, I'm not sure. I agree with you. But my gut feeling tells me it's time now for each and every individual who really wants to push through this agenda to figure themselves out and then figure the rest out. Be guided.
I don't think it's healthy to listen to one person and just believe absolutely everything they say. It's good to have a look around, you know.
Yeah, Alex Jones does very much the same thing with his nightly shows. And if you go on his website, he streams the show that airs at 3 p.m. in the US every day or something, and that plays on loop for the next 24 hours until the next show starts. And then he's got all his little sub shows as well, and Paul Joseph Watson, and he collaborates with Icke, and yeah, it's definitely a media monopoly he's creating there in that sense. And
I do know they had a meeting,
thing.
Icke and Alex Jones.
Yeah, I mentioned it
David
before.
Icke walked out, right? He did, sorry.
They walked
that was
out.
interesting. That's right, he walked out. I'm not here for that. He walked out, cut dead.
I don't recall that. I mentioned the one earlier that they did an interview on the 11th of the 11th, 2011.
This is before, well, it must have been before that, because he was like introduced to this guy called Alex Jones, and you know Alex is very bolshy and one of them he came to Dave, in the video you see him come to, yeah, okay, what is it you have to say? And David, being the kind of quiet, calm guy to deliver his message on behalf of humanity, that I'm not putting up with this shit and stuff. They weren't in a studio. I don't know where they were, but they weren't in a studio, and he just got up and said, David, I said, I've had enough, I'm not doing this, and walked out. But given that they're both taken down, I'm not sure you can find it, but I remember it very clearly, and I remember thinking to myself, thinking, shit, these guys are supposed to be telling us the truth. Why are they not getting on? Why is there a difference? Why is there an attitude? I didn't quite understand this, what I'm saying.
Alex Jones is good at getting you sort of worked up. I noticed that when I first got into him, maybe 2001, for a year or so, I remember he would get you sort of really angry or feeling a bit powerless. That's the feeling I got from Alex Jones. That's why I stopped listening to him.
I mean, by the way he treats his own people should tell you who Alex Jones is. Whereas David Icke was the opposite. He was very good. He was very kind of considerate and whatever. But he kind of, I've seen him kind of engage with some characters that I think, this is fucking dodgy here. One of them is John Wedger. Just Federer. Dodgy.
Yeah. John Wedger's very dodgy.
Yeah, but David had a, chat with him, and Mr. You-know-who, Baloney, was involved in that. And there was a video I was watching, and Baloney was like, oh, David, great to see you, love you, mate, you're doing such a great job for humanity. And it was like, again, I just thought, I was quite naive in those days. I thought to myself, it doesn't fit, something's not right here. It kind of got me second thinking about the whole charade. But I didn't have the answer then. If you understand me. I think we've all been led down merry paths.
Yeah. So I'm going to quickly play this, the latest Wogan video from a few years ago. It's only through 3.5 minutes long.
Just a clip from it then.
Oh, is it quite a long?
I assume so. I think they did a whole sort of, how they do on TV where they do like a section, and then I guess BBC, so they didn't do it between ad breaks as other channels would. But yeah, I think it's like 20 minutes or so.
Okay. All right, let's get that up.
Yeah, I just found one David Icke on this week with, can't remember what the guy's name is. He looks a bit like a walrus. Yeah, that was from 2016.
I also think that when people came onto your show, particularly those who were in a slightly controversial position, because your show was a very pleasant and easy early evening watch, I think people sometimes underestimated you. And Icke was full of it, really, when he came on your show. Everyone remembers that interview who saw it. And actually, you kind of took him apart in using a technique that Paxman wouldn't have employed. It was just a very, very gentle but lethal wit. Which actually changed his life as he reveals to you in the updated interview. So we see both.
So
the interview back then, followed by his return onto your show tonight.
So evil has been in control of the planet for 12,000 years.
It has been the dominating force. Evil's not the right word. It is imbalance. But it has been increasingly in control every day.
Was it a great shock for you to discover this at 38?
Well, I think the word is gobsmacked. But again, you know, the best way of removing negativity is to laugh and be joyous. So I'm delighted that there's so much laughter in the audience tonight.
But no,
but just let me say this.
They're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you.
Fine.
That interview at the time, it changed everything for you, didn't it?
Well, it changed everything in the sense of I couldn't walk down any street in Britain without being laughed at by most of the people. We laugh at sheep because sheep just follow the one in front. Ah, stupid sheep. We humans have out-sheeped the sheep because at least the sheep need a sheepdog to keep them in line. Humans keep each other in line. And they do it by ridiculing or condemning anyone who commits the crime, because that's what it's become, of being different.
See, he's always got a sort of point there. I mean, it's true, we do ridicule people who we perceive as being different. He's certainly not remotely potty. He just has a very extreme universal view, doesn't he?
Well, I could probably take issue with you in your original statement there, not remotely potty. I think the views he's expressing are views of conspiracy theorists. You know, that a certain clique has been running the world since early Sumerians. Now, if they've been running the world that long, how come the world isn't in better shape?
I remember that after you'd interviewed him at some point, way back on This Morning We Did, and I felt very uneasy about interviewing him because I kind of felt that maybe there was maybe someone could accuse you of taking advantage of somebody who was clearly not quite as stable as a lot of people. Did you feel that?
I agree with you. I was never really happy about my saying that about they're laughing at you. I thought that was a little bit sharp and perhaps, as you say, a little harsh on a person who was vulnerable. And now, if you look at the interview tonight, you'll find that he has taken on an entirely different stance. He's aggressive. He's like a fundamentalist Midwestern preacher.
Really?
And he finds a huge audience in the States because, you know, as I've often said, people who don't know what to believe will believe in anything. And the conspiracy theorists, of course, the people who believe in crop circles, who believe in the Bermuda Triangle, flying saucers, all the kind. People who perhaps are not happy, who feel frustrated, who feel that life has given them a rough deal.
He gives them something to hang on to.
They want to believe that, you know, there's some other power is manipulating them.
That same bloody argument again that if you saw my stream the other day, the Channel 4 piece that they did on the Birmingham protest, at the end of it they said, yeah, in these troubling times people will just find anything to try to make sense of it all. And it's exactly the same argument, but they twisted it to be about the current climate and lockdowns instead of that.
They always
Yeah, maybe. I think Terry Wogan was setting us up for this, setting humanity up for the divide. We're going to have conspiracy theorists, you know, hence we're labeled conspiracy theorists. And I just put two fingers up to that. We're not conspiracy theorists. We're on a search and on a quest for, you know, what is happening on this planet, and we don't like it. Hence we react to it.
Yeah, I mean, they've just, I don't know, that interview there, or the interview within an interview, you know, it was...
I've never seen that before, actually.
It was still an attack on his character, but just from a different angle. You know, they said, oh, he's like a fundamentalist, and then when he says, oh, he has a big following in the States, like, obviously everyone watching at home in Britain will roll their eyes at that and go, oh, those bloody Americans, and associating him with crackpot American sort of deep South crazy people and all these other ideas.
I just think it was a setup for what we're living today. People's minds, you know, it's easy to penetrate, you know, with these, because, you know, it wasn't subliminal, but we have that in our world today. But they were saying, oh, it is coming. They knew, and I think they were part of the plan. I really do.
So maybe
I think they were part to set us up for this, whereby people, you know, age, your thing the other night on consciousness, when they said self-evident, it's self-evident. I mean, today it is self-evident. But people are still like, I still wear my mask, I still do what I'm told, I'm still doing whatever. Because they have maybe nothing else to believe in. I don't condemn these people, and I will never condemn these people. I will just hold in my heart hope that something happens, that they wake up and realize this is not in your best interest. But I think we shouldn't be so tough on these people, because they will find comfort in, you know, like a pacifier for a baby. They'll find comfort in the mask. They'll find comfort in the distance thing, the 2 meters, whatever it is.
Well, they're told to be, you know, fearful of this big thing. So then any of these measures that they're given, you know, by the government, you know, they're told, well, this will make things better. And obviously it, you know, does whatever we believe it does anyway. I won't get into that, but
sure. But I think in this community, we should never lose hope. I really truly believe when you know what you know, you're here to do whatever you're here to do, and that is to help others. You know, because it's very easy to focus on the negative all the time, and when I mean the negative is like, you know, the sideshow, whatever you want to call it. It is a sideshow, but not to be critical of those who aren't kind of what I call aware, because eventually, you know, when somebody says, and they have done, I've seen a video today as well, putting masks on newborns. I just, come on.
Yeah, I saw an article.
As a mother of 4, anybody told me I need to put a mask on a baby, I would have just said, get the fuck out of here. You know,
yeah,
anybody said to take my baby when it was born, I'm going to put it in a little plastic thing. I said, no, you're not taking my baby. The baby stays with me for all my children. Never. And I fought with the doctors on one occasion, and I said, no, you're not taking my baby away from me.
No,
that baby
don't do that as much anymore. Yeah, I made sure that when my son was born, you know, as well. Like, you're not taking him out of this room. Like, I know, no, he's not going out of my sight until he's out of the hospital. Like,
I mean, again, I would say I didn't know why. I was saying instinct, you know, probably, but something else profound was inside me saying, no, you're not taking my baby.
Back on topic though, what he said there in that interview about sheep sort of enforcing the rules on other sheep, he's very true. It's very true. He's right.
And what do we call people who are not aware today? I mean, it was all there. It was all, you know, in our minds.
Language, isn't it?
This is, yeah, exactly.
Creating the language. So do you think without people like Icke, we would have just created our own movements, and they would have been hard to control, I suppose, like controlled opposition?
Could have been more organic. We could have brought up, you know, our own terminology.
Because I was chatting to a mate the other day about the right wing, and we were kind of saying if the right wing wasn't infiltrated, they'd be pretty dangerous, and they'd be doing things in England or the UK which is really dangerous, and they'd get a lot of young kids involved, and so they kind of have to, I believe they have to infiltrate the right wing to quell the right wing, keep it down. The same with the truth movement in a way.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, like, as an aside, you know, what's happening with the right wing, I said it the other day, what's happening with the right wing in the US is I don't know, it's there's no precedent for it in history, or modern history at least. You know, I think they're sort of ousting the idea of the right wing from the political spectrum, essentially. You know, almost all of our popular media is left wing in some way or another. You know, like obviously all the popular social media platforms are, but then you know you go read Cosmo magazine, GQ, any of those, you know, anything like that, it's all left wing. There's no right wing science magazine. There's nothing like that. None of these things exist. Yeah, they're kind of pushing it out, and right wing is becoming further associated with, you know, they make terms like the alt right, which then just sort of becomes right wing in and of itself. Then become, you know, the Q movement as well, which is rooted sort of in right wing. Right wing is sort of turning to Q movement and conspiracies. And I think ultimately what's going to happen is we're going to be left with a left wing only monopolized kind of global dictatorship in that sense, and the right wing that fringe will move towards where we are, and kind of try to monopolize the information stream that we're taking part in now. And
yes,
over the
overall game is controlled, right? Fascism is on its way. Well, not on its way, it's here. And we've got to get real about that. Think about what's happening in the UK. Think about what's happening in Ireland. I think what's happening on the so-called platforms of freedom of speech. Say the wrong word and you're taken down.
Yeah, well, I mean, the police at a protest will say, well, you've got freedom of speech. You can type whatever you like online. It's like, you can't, though. You know?
Well, you can, but there are consequences.
Yeah, I saw them say that, I think, to Heiko Koo, I think that's how you pronounce his name, when he was at like the sort of Edinburgh Parliament protest like last week, I think it was. They were telling him to move on, and he was saying we have no freedom of speech, and the officer said, yeah, of course you do. You can write whatever you like, but you know, because of the current climate and the restrictions, you can't do it here. You can do it online as much as you like. And yeah, it's a, I don't know, is it a misnomer? It's not really an argument.
Somebody said in one of your, I think it was your chat media, Tint, that the new against thought, okay? So even if you think it comes under the Terrorist Act, and it was Sergey, pronouncing it. I think it was in his chat somebody said, or he said, even if you think it, you know, they brought in this new terrorism act or whatever in the UK, whereby, you know, even if you think something, they can knock on your door, and it has happened in the UK.
Yeah,
there was a guy, I can't remember his name, where he.
Yeah, there was a video of a woman the other day who wrote something on Twitter, and she had a video of the police coming to her door about it. I think it was under the Terrorism Act.
It's very much like a slow creep, you know. So we get the
David
information.
Icke calls it the totalitarian tiptoe.
Yes, it is.
So another, you know, props to him as well for that one, because it's a great term. It describes it perfectly.
And another thing is that, you know, I think there are days when we might all feel a little bit like, Jesus, who is telling the truth? There's so much disinformation by design. That's why I kind of said on, am I saying his name right? Sergey or Sergey? Which is it?
Sergey,
yeah. There's so much disinformation. I mean, we really need to find out who we are, because there are going to be certain triggers. I mean, again, Age, I've given you a link where they've studied human behavior, French company, and you'll figure out a lot of, you know, maybe what's happening today. But they are kind of homing in on the divide. They want us to be kind of on one side or the other. Yeah. And if you like, it's like, okay, who are the people who are going to, you know, be the slaves? And you mentioned something earlier, Mr. Owen, about, you know, prehistoric, but it's never happened before. It has. It's happened. If you've done any research in relation to Atlantis, it has happened before. where they played with the genetics of the human, and they, you know, fucked up big time. We had a major flood, whatever you want to call it. Ed Casey, I don't know if you've heard of him. Have you heard of him, Ed Casey?
Yeah.
He's known as the sleeping prophet. Yeah, he's he's quite an interesting character. He read the Bible every year back to front because he was very much Christian, and he was very troubled about having this gift. As Christians are told, or Catholic Church, if you belong to it, that, you know, God, you can't speak with anybody else through. You can't speak directly to God. You have to go through them, and so on and so on. So he was very conflicted in his day about that time. He was around similar time to Steiner and others, right? But today you can still refer to his readings and the accuracy. What is the current state unbelievable? He was telling us, probably not by design, because unless you asked him a question, you didn't get the information from the Casio records, which exist. You know, it's the fabric of humanity. Every thought and every action and so on is recorded, as I understand it. Again, I'm not trying to convince anybody, but he talked about Atlantean time and that mankind would be in another situation where we're going to, you know, make similar mistakes. However, what I do understand is hope. We will get through it. I'm not sure I'm going to be alive to see that, but, you know, the battle of battles is, as Rudolf Steiner talks about, is here, it's now. Get ready. We are in this situation. It's no time to look back and kind of, when I say look back, I mean within ourselves. We have just got to figure ourselves out. We've got to figure out the heartbeat of who we are. I mean, it's tough. It's hard. I hear in Ireland the suicide rates are just over the top. It's heartbreaking. It's hard to listen to. I'm sure in the UK you have similar situations, and around the world there's similar situations. People just can't cope. And new laws have been brought in all the time. You know, they're just anti-humanity. Can't pay your mortgage, tough shit, you're out. You know, so there's a majority on this planet, and the only solace I can take from this is that whenever Casey says it's going to happen, he also says, you know, that souls have decided to come here for that purpose. I mean, otherwise you can go absolutely fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So I truly believe we're here to be of service. Each and every one who is speaking what we understand to be the truth, our truth, you know, the truth of the situation. We're not trying to hurt anybody. We're trying to help. And there is going to come a day. A lot of those people that are wearing those masks are going to turn around and go, shit, I wish I'd understood that. And that's okay that there is a delay. But we've got to be here to help those. Sorry, I hope I'm not down in the conversation, but I just kind of feel at the moment, maybe it's just my own energy, that we've got to move forward. We've got to keep the momentum going. We've got to have those, you know, bright moments. We've got to have those funny moments. We've got to bring the, you know, the vibes up. Love your Fridays, you know, with the music, and it's what we need. We need a distraction from those thought processes that can bring us to a point where it's damaging to our own energy, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I think that was a point I wanted to raise. Although a lot of the stuff Icke says is positive, I think if you look into a lot of the negative stuff all the time, you kind of stay on that negative vibration. So it's kind of good to not look at it all the time, I would say, because then you're not in that constant, I think it's fight or flight, isn't it? And you're in that protective mode all the time, and it releases certain chemicals in your body. But if you're in the mode of just growing and sort of loving and living, I suppose it's a different vibe, I suppose.
Yeah, I agree. And no disrespect to maybe what you've done on Discord, because I think you did a good job. I mean, I was a bit flabbergasted. I never used it, and all of a sudden I was in ages, and then you disappeared age, and then somebody said stay here, and I was like, wow, what's going on? I don't understand. And then you came along with your setup. I think we have to be kind of, you know, aware that when we set up, or when, not we, because I don't, when you set up these platforms, it's to get people engaging with each other, to boost each other's energy, to kind of be positive, to say, come on, guys, we can do this, to say, you know, whatever's happening. For instance, the children back. And I'm sorry if I'm going away from the topic, Dave, but I think it is part of the topic in that, you know, 8th of March, you know, the other night you had the mothers on and they were talking about, you know, how they felt. There has to be a platform to allow people to express those feelings, but also, you know, we learn from that. We learn from that. You know, that these things are going on. And what do we do to help each other? Because we're not here to fight that system. We're here to support, in my view. Again, I'm not going to want to, you know, tell people what they should or shouldn't do. But in my world, I want to help others. I want to encourage others to say, okay, it's a down day today, but hey, you know what? You got friends around that care, that understand. We're going to help you through it. We're going to give you our energy just so that you can get clarity, just so you can get through that thing and find yourself so that you can be protective of your children. Do you understand?
And the people around you as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think David Icke, you know, he did what he had to do. It was probably by design, as I said. But you know, if we look back, he triggered something in probably all of us that have listened to him in any way, shape, or form. To do the research, right?
Whether you agree with him or not, I think he triggers everyone in society. Because if you think, oh, David Icke, he talks crap, then you've been triggered. And if you think, oh yeah, I'm going to listen to him, you've been triggered in a good way, kind of thing.
So we can thank him for his role, whatever that was, in triggering society, because it gave us that possibility to question things, to really dig deep and say, okay, something's not right here. The ingredients are not working out here. You know, again, I'll give you another analogy. If you bake a cake and you get it wrong with the ingredients, the measurements, you know, you're going to get a flat fucking cake and that's it. Your kid's not going to like the taste of it. And that has happened to me sometimes. But kind of that analogy, and that I think he was trying to, he was maybe somehow led to do this, but he did a service so that we could do the research. Again, I will say, you get to a certain point, and maybe his point was the solution is within you. I don't know. I'm still figuring that one out, so I can't really comment on that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because he's never gone and made like an off-grid community or some guru group where everyone. He has his shows and
he's never done that about it.
Yeah, he's always kind of told you to do it yourself and look within yourself, and he's never wanted to make this, I don't know, a different society, I suppose, which is good in a way.
Yeah, but I think there is going to be a breakaway society. I think we have no choice, because there are those who are going to take this chocolate of a variant, let's just say bio variant, whatever you want to call it, eco variant, and the rest of us who decide maybe that's not for us, because already we can see, if you have the passport, you can do this. If you have the passport, you can do that. All the materialistic things, you know, that somehow we've been kind of, I'd say, comatized to believe this is the way it is. We have to make a decision. What is it we want? Do we want free will? Do we want freedom? Or do we want to go along to get along? And to go along, get along, we'll take that, you know, chocolate. And have a beer and watch football.
Yeah, where did it
I think it's a good one. Even if I love chocolate, I said to Abe, geez, why did you use chocolate? I love chocolate. But it's caught on now, so I'm just using that in this chat. But I think we are going to, as we see already, let's just say every news is kind of, to get the passport, you can do this and you can do that. But in the end, the people who've had chocolate are still wearing, they're still distancing. They still can't see their children. They still can't go across borders. So at what cost are we taking this? If you know what the head enslavement is the ultimate goal of them, and they don't know. I believe they don't know, these people who are doing this. I believe they really are good citizens, good citizen Kane. But they're good citizens and they want to participate in society and they believe they're doing the right thing. We shouldn't be anyway judging them. Yeah. Lost for words right now. I'm sorry, guys.
Here's another.
Anyways, we might need a bit of music to get the vibe up again. It's getting a little bit. We need to.
Here's something else that I.
Breathe here. We need to get the chat going again, and we need to. I can't see the chat. In fact, I don't even know how to see the chat on this thing. But in chat, I just want to say to you guys, sometimes digging deep isn't the best if you're not ready for it. But digging deep, if your heart desires, is really going to set you free. It's going to set you free to the point where you're going to say to yourself, you know what? That's them. This is me. And I belong to this community. And we're going to see ourselves through this. And we are going to see ourselves through it. There is sunshine. There is, friendship. There is love. There is kindness in this community. And, just reach out to those that you connect with. We don't always have to get along, but just reach out and if there's somebody that you connect with that boosts you on a daily basis, just fucking do it because we need it. It's tough. It's fucking hard. And people don't want to call this a WA-or, but it is a WA-or on humanity, on our consciousness, on our minds. But we can do this. We can overcome this. But we only overcome it, in my view. I don't want to, again, say, but I believe it comes from the heart. We will get through this.
Yeah, definitely.
One way or another.
Yeah, Mount Everest isn't easy, right?
Okay, it's not easier going down the other side.
So instead of maybe lending our energy to what they're doing, maybe we need to start thinking about what do we do? How do we help each other through this? How do we get to the point? Yes, we have to make, these streams are fantastic because it does expose the truth and the truth needs to be exposed. However, there are people, I believe, that are on different levels on this path and don't quite get this truth, as to, where they've been brought to now, because there's been so much mistrust, so much disinformation. It's very hard to believe anybody. I kind of believe that if you're of service to others, you've got to, do your best to help them to get their point where they can stand on their own 2 feet. That's kind of where I'm coming from, because I can't hug you every day physically. I can't be there for you every single day. But what I can do is come in and just, with brightness and say, let's do this, let's focus on this, let's do that. And let's raise this vibration on that day. Because tomorrow I could feel shit. And I would hope that somebody come into my life and go, remember this, remember that, focus on this. But you know what I mean? It's hard. But if we all kind of each day or whatever month, whatever, do what we need to do to help each other, we boost each other. We on that moment, somebody gets through that moment. And for now, that's what we have. Let's use it. If you agree or not. Sorry, I'm a female. You're male. I tend to be in my emotions. And I just want, people to realize that the change is within them and that they have support around them.
I think that's maybe what Icke was saying as well. It's the changes within us, and yeah.
I'm intrigued why he always. Sorry.
Oh no, carry on, man.
Yeah, people have talked about why he always wears turquoise, and I mentioned it at the very beginning, but I don't really understand what it means, but he does. And these days he always wears like a sort of a turquoisey jumper. I think he's talked about it before. I think there's something that he has said about it, but sort of more esoterically, I'm not sure what it means.
The Native Americans always had turquoise.
Did they?
Yes, look it up.
Yeah, and I've seen it in there's some anime films that talk about it as well, about like a guy who will come and save the world, and he wears blue. He wears a blue veil of some kind, and then also there's that old painting, Der Blau Reiter, isn't it? The Blue Rider. Can't remember much about it now, but yeah, it's that. There's a famous painting.
Who was the artist?
No idea.
Okay. Was he Renaissance? Was he or she? Do you recall which?
I'm bringing it up now. The Blah right. Okay, no, that apparently it's a hotel. Like obviously that's not what I'm looking for. It's a painting.
I don't think it was Rembrandt. He was quite a dark type of artist.
No. Well, apparently it's an artistic movement. So it's just a painting.
What year? Is there a year? 30?
Oh, Kandinsky. 1903.
Oh yes. Oh, he's a fantastic. Yeah.
But it was a group of artists as well. It was a group of artists united in rejection of the Neue Kunstvereinigung. Can't read that word. It's a very long German word.
But Kandinsky, I mean, have you seen? His paintings are colourful, very colourful. Very like village kind of high rise. Shouldn't say high rise. Old style buildings, very colourful. Water fountains. Jigsaw puzzle type paintings. Yeah.
It says it depicts a horseman in a blue cloak galloping through a meadow on a white horse with a forest in the background. The painting itself is unremarkable, but represented an important milestone in Kandinsky's artistic transition from Impressionism to modern abstract art, of which he was one of the pioneers.
Yeah, he was probably part of the mystic school.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Kandinsky did. He put little during his, previous like Impressionism stage. He did. Was it? He had little eyeballs in the corners of his paintings and things.
They're very interesting, quite abstract, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm on Wikipedia here, so I'm not expecting.
No, but if you just do images, while you're there, do images, and then you probably see. Yeah, he was. I might say, but I do like his art. I'm into abstract. I love abstract.
Yeah, I wrote an essay on him in college. Not that I remember anything about it now.
Yeah, but you obviously had a connection with him somehow.
I liked his artwork. I was at art college. Yeah. We had to write an essay about some Impressionist artist. So.
No, I wouldn't put him in the Impressionist really, but yeah, interesting guy. I've never researched the individual himself or his, background, but I could imagine he must have had some experience in some mystery school because of the way he kind of expressed himself abstractly, as many did in their art. The other one is I can't remember his name. It'll come back to me. It's a bit like music, you know. If you think of Mozart, okay,
Yeah.
Who was his counterpart? Sir, what's his name? Fuck.
Who?
I'm lost.
Who
now.
was Mozart's posing figure of the time? It's a bit like
Chopin? Or
no, it wasn't Chopin. No, anyway,
Tchaikovsky?
they had this kind of debate going on. Sir, it's an S name. Fuck, I can't think. I'm tired, but yeah, it's like in history. There's always an opposing figure that has kind of a beef with you. You know,
Yeah.
Mozart had his. You know, he was just like, you know, love his music. I really did. I think he was like one of these characters, you know, that kind of broke the rules, and went, you know, up you to whatever, as we were led to believe. But his music kind of expresses that. Whereas Beethoven was very much, for me, you know, kind of classical, you know. You have the army, and funny enough, the army used his Fifth Symphony to recruit. Do you remember that? Da 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 da, da 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 da. You know, it was that recruit you to the army. It's like, this is like powerful. Come on, guys, we need you. Interesting how they can manipulate creativity to use against or misguide or encourage. And that's what we have to understand, that there have been many greats in our history. When I say our history, you know, that have tried to influence us in different ways. And yeah, some people might like classical, some people might not. But if I go back to, you know, my time, in that, you know, music was analog, then they digitalized it, and then to cater for what probably the new generation is today, another sound, another beat. But it's not the same when you use analog. It's just not. They've taken something away from music. I don't know if it's the beat, I don't know if it's the hertz, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, my mate talks
If you
about
understand
this. He's because he's very into electronic music and he makes it and stuff. And he said a lot of what modern music does is because there's sort of like, as you say, in like the analog way of making music, everything's to a beat, but they're tiny fractions of beats off. And you know, if you'd have to program every like drum to be ever so slightly harder or softer than the last one, and you know, I guess you could make like an algorithm to sort of add minimal variation between it to make it seem more like, so the samples didn't sound exactly the same every time they were played. But yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they have really kind of created a world so that transhumanism becomes the norm, right? So our frequencies, you know, we don't connect with it, so we kind of, okay, they must be right, they must be this, they must be that, whatever. It's brainwashing. It's vibrational as well. But I'd love you to do something on Nikola Tesla. Because I get the name right. Get the name right.
I didn't catch that.
Pardon?
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
Nikola Tesla.
Right.
You know, he you know, when he had, you know, again, it was opposition his time, where Edison was backed by J.P. Morgan. Tesla wanted electrical sort of currency, you know, to be the lighting system to be free, energy to be free. Whereas, you know, J.P. Morgan went, well, we can't make money on that, so they went with Edison. And Edison tried to oppose Nikola Tesla by, you know, showing you, oh my God, use his technology or use his electric, and this is what happens. And he used an elephant. He actually killed an elephant in front of thousands of people to try and dissuade them from believing in Nikola Tesla.
Oh,
You've never
yeah.
heard Nikola Tesla? Jesus, 369, the frequency. If you know that, you know what's happening in the world, kind of thing. Media.
So sorry.
Age, I'm sure you've heard of him.
Yeah,
Sorry?
of Nikola Tesla. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I kind of did a dissertation on him when I was at college.
Yeah.
And what did you find in that? What was your argument, if you don't mind me asking?
I'd say about 95% of it is nonsense. And he
Of
didn't actually,
what is said about him.
yeah,
like,
he didn't invent majority of the things that people say. He did invent a
free
few
energy.
things of use, but it wasn't that great, really. I wanted to do a show on that as well.
That'd be interesting, actually.
Yeah, I'd like to know more.
Me too, because I've seen a video on his last interview. Have you seen that, Age?
Say that again.
Interview? I've seen an interview. It is on YouTube, I believe.
His
They haven't
last
taken it
interview.
down.
Okay.
Yeah. Whereby, you know, sadly, he ended his life in a hotel room. He ended up feeding the pigeons every day. But going back to his tower that he built and the free energy concept, which I truly believe exists because the pyramids in themselves tell a story. They were capped with gold for the purpose of frequency.
Tesla cores are easy to build, and yeah, you can. I've stood there with a light bulb in the middle of the air, and it does light up. It is
I
real.
can tell you, I've seen a video where they put
The Tesla
wires
core,
into lemons.
Yeah. So you can transmit energy across the air, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he was right in that
today,
way. But
that's another thing with the beautiful skies we have today, without mentioning the word. It's not blue any longer, right? And we're looking to see the sun. Their intention is to kind of, you know, quell that frequency from movement, because they put in their own frequency to expand that kind of natural frequency, that, you know, Schumann resonance, whatever you want to call it, which is natural to us, earth in us. If we go barefooted on the grass, it's usually kind of healing and helping, right? I think Tesla had an idea about, you know, what we were and so on, and your conscious thing the other day is really, you know, it's not fascinating to me because I've done the research, but to a lot it could be fascinating, and it could be an awakening that, you know, guys, we are electrical beings. The atom, fundamental, is the electron, you know, and every cell in our body has it.
Yeah, it goes through you, doesn't it? Because there was some guy, he was cleaning his teeth one day, and a bolt, what you call it, a lightning bolt came down his metal pipes and shot up through his body and out of his body. It's crazy. Just little things like that. So electric
from static.
Just from the lightning going down the pipes, and then it obviously moved through the air into his mouth and through his whole body, and it's crazy.
Yeah, but Age, you must hear a few stories about this, because guys on the golf course, they're susceptible to electrical storms, right? Because you're holding, you know, something that they can go through.
Yeah.
Widest peoples on churches, you know, that they knew this shit. Well, the heavens awoke kind of thing. And there was such a storm, you know, the churches had those peoples for that reason, to conduct. It was a conduit. And why is the copper on most, you know, in the old days on most church roofs, is because they knew it was a conduit. It wouldn't burn the building, it would take it and just release it. Very interesting. Another topic, I guess. Sorry, we're going away right from the David Icke topic.
No, it wasn't just about David Icke. It was, you know.
It wasn't, okay. But I mean, it's quite interesting, right? When you kind of delve deep, and it's interesting, you know. Have you heard of a guy called the Dark Journalist? Anybody?
The what? Sorry.
He calls himself the dark journalist.
No.
But this guy, he has a YouTube channel if you want to look him up. I follow him in the sense that he combines both, the energies we have today to the kind of, history, including Atlantis. And he actually puts a little bit of a picture together with the name Epstein and Miss Maxwell and that family tree, whereby, what was going on in the island of St. Thomas was a lot more than, we understand. And we talk, as Terry Wogan says, David Icke was talking about the Bermuda Triangle. Well, Atlantis went down, right? But the energies apparently still exist. And this is what I understand. They still exist. Hence, we have things that go missing, compasses are swirling around, pilots are not understanding what's going on when they fly through it and so on, and things have gone missing and so on. But that's still sort of there. That energy is still there from that time. If you listen to him, he's both the practical of everyday life, what's happening as we know it today, also the esoteric and the mystery schools and what they were trying to tell us of what's going to come today. So they released X amount of information to help us understand what we're going to face today. I like his perspective. I like that he gives the information. He connects the dots. He's talking about Kennedy. He's talking about Trump. He's talking about the politics as we are today. And prior to that, why things maybe occurred as they did. But then he links it to this esoteric and the mystery schools of past, to let us know what's going on. Again, I would say you have to kind of be open-minded, make your own mind up. I'm at that stage. I don't necessarily believe everything that, that's been said. I kind of think, okay, let me be guided. Let me understand this. But I'm leaning towards his thinking, shall I say. He's a good guy. It's up to you guys if you want to research him. Sorry, it's Dark Journalist is his YouTube name.
Nice one. And we've just got Okai in the room. Good evening, Okai.
Evening, Okai.
Good to see you, HK. Good to see you, Mr. Time. And hello, Owen. How are you? Okay.
No, not good to see me then. That's cool.
No, I'm sorry I missed the show. I just went out for some routine blood work, turned into a 3-hour ordeal, and I just got in now. I'm sorry I missed your part on David Icke, Gage. I'll have to rewind and watch that after the show, but I'm sure it was great.
No, that's all good. It's all good. I think the shows will get better on as we, work things out. But yeah, it's good.
I see he just put up a video on BitChute just as I came in the room. What a coincidence. David Icke.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's called The Power of Perception by David Icke on BitChute.
Power of Perception. Yeah, man.
So yeah, just one of those days. Nothing but hassles, man. They took my blood, but I wasn't in the computer system. I had to call my doctor, get a fax, and yada yada yada, blah blah blah. But it's good to be here. I see the chat's raving, and everybody's happy.
Can I ask a
I
question?
haven't looked at the chat in a while.
Now that you mentioned blood, because I've seen that a lot on the internet. What's this with DNA? Ancestry. That also fascinates me. It was like a craze. God, everybody's doing the DNA, and it caused many problems for some. But just wonder why are they collecting it? Is this to do with this chocolate thing?
The
4 different chocolate bars that we're going to receive.
The 23andMe website you're talking about, everybody's going for it. I think
And Ancestry, is it Ancestry? I don't know.
Ancestry.com or something.
Ancestry.com, yeah, and
That's
20.
it. That's the one I know about. Yeah.
What about them? What in terms of collecting DNA?
I think that's what it's all about, is collecting DNA. They're selling it as, get in touch with your family history, find out where your roots are geographically. But I think it's just a giant data collection, DNA collection scam, to be honest with you.
And they just
I tell you
link
what,
your,
those
I think
that
they link,
theory of Darwin, out of the blue, out of the whatever. Because when people find out their DNA, they come from all over. So we didn't all come from Africa, but I never believed it. But interesting.
I think those DNA things, they like link a group of people's DNAs together, like by whether you're white or black, and then they kind of, I don't think they're 100% legitimate. And like you said, okay, they're just collecting data and selling it probably.
Yeah, I would say collecting data, selling it, and giving it to the government as well.
Yeah.
But for what purpose?
Well,
database.
Why are they doing that?
DNA information is very powerful, Miss Chime. It tells you a lot about the person, especially about their health.
Does DNA actually tell about health? I thought DNA was like a structure of, our being. I think, okay, if you know more than me, okay, I'm happy to listen, but really, about our health. A blood sample will tell if something's wrong with the body, but the DNA is more than that, surely.
Well, I think the DNA gives you a lot of potential things that can go wrong with you, for one thing, in terms of your health. It gives you a lot of potential relationship information. So it does give you a lot of information about your identity. I'm not an expert, and I won't pretend to know all about it, but it's highly sought after information. I do know that. So the powers that be do want that information. I know that for a fact.
I got another feeling about this one.
What was that, dear?
I've got another feeling about this one. For instance, we know, say, that there are X groups of blood, right? Got A, got B, got O, got AB, negative, plus, right? In those categories. There's something that they're looking for. I haven't got the piece of the puzzle. Still looking. Still intrigues me.
Yeah. But
if you look at the percentage of certain people with certain blood types, I mean, what's the rarest? I hear people talking about O negative, which I'm not sure about what it's all about. Apparently it's not in the monkey that they so plainly chemical, which I don't agree with. But it's interesting. It's interesting. Is this another psyop? I don't know. I'm curious.
Yeah, again, I wish I was better read on it. I do remember seeing some YouTube videos and reading a little bit about it, but it's sort of the linchpin. If you have somebody's DNA information along with their health information and their ancestral records and just other information in their database, you kind of know everything about them. And so it is highly sought after information. And one way to get it is to get them to sign up voluntarily for it through these Ancestry.com and 23andMe websites.
Aren't they going to be doing
4
this?
years ago in Sweden, I just needed some blood done, and nurse said to me, "Oh, we have this, program in Sweden, blah, 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 and they want to know, can they use your DNA?" And some alarm bell went, "No, no." I said, "No, I don't consent to that. Thank you. That's between me and my creator." That was where I was at that time. But today, with all this DNA and ancestry and, know where you come from, it's like, shit, I'm so glad I didn't give it. I know my blood type, and it is quite rare, but it's not the old minus, but it's one of the rarest. Do you know your blood type? Do you, Media, know your blood type? Do you, Ed, know your blood
used
type?
to. I do have it somewhere.
Yeah, I used to. That's one of the things when you lose your last parent. It's one of those things that's kind of gone now.
Oh, my mum didn't know. She had it written down somewhere on something. Actually, I don't know. Is it on your NHS card?
No, they don't give it to you
like
apparently
90% of us O
automatically.
or O negative or something. The
Something
majority
like
of us.
What are you HK or negative?
I think I'm just the usual majority one, which is I think it's O negative or something.
That's
It
not
has
the majority, no.
It has
That's
like
not the majority, that's also rare.
It has like a I don't know, like a romantic sort of connotation in Japan. They're quite big on it over there.
What, blood type?
Exactly.
Yeah, like a
I've been
romantic,
listening to
poetic
Japanese where they tell your personality by your blood type.
Yeah, they talk about it in a different way to how we do over here. To us, it's just nothing. But I've seen stuff they sort of know. I don't know. It means more to them. I guess it comes up in like Valentine's Day and stuff. You can probably get it on Valentine's Day cards. I don't know.
I didn't. No, not that. No. It was more about they could tell type of personality of the blood type that I had listened to. Very interesting. Again, that's interesting, I would say. I don't know enough either. Like you work, I just understood that it seems to be important. And the question mark for me was why do we need to know your DNA, which also tells the blood type? Why? It's just something I haven't really got the answer to. But interesting for me. Another topic to be kind of explored.
A lot of information online. I'm just cruising it now about why you shouldn't give out your DNA information to anybody. And how law enforcement agencies can pressure companies who take your DNA into coughing up that information.
I know the UK law, the UK government changed the law in, I think it was last April. They can, once they take your DNA, they can keep it forever. I'll try and find that quick.
Ancestry. Or sorry, did you say the government?
The government.
When do they take it? I suppose if you have like a
retention of fingerprints and DNA profiles in the interest of national security.
Oh, right. I mean, I suppose they don't
September
take
2020.
DNA often. They only take DNA for like crime, investigation. Or I suppose technically they can, you can do, you go to the police station for like a blood or urine test if you get pulled over and are suspected of driving under the influence of alcohol. But I don't know. Does that count under the same umbrella?
I don't know. No, I think this is literally to do with the coronavirus. They've made a separate law sort of thing just for all the people they're going to be testing and all that shit.
Oh, what?
I think maybe when they test your blood in the moment, it's to determine what's in it. For instance, if you smoke marijuana, it's in your blood for a month, right? Here in Sweden, they can do that, and they do that. If you have alcohol in your blood, then they can determine how much volume you have in the blood to convict you. But with DNA, it's more the blood type and how it behaves.
They don't really do
My
blood tests
understanding,
for cannabis, I don't think. It's hair and saliva tests.
Here in Sweden, they do.
Because they
Oh,
use
yeah.
saliva tests. They use saliva tests for cannabis, like fairly often. But that that only lasts a couple of days. But then hair tests are basically permanent, really.
No,
You know,
no, they're not. No, they're
No,
not.
I've done a lot of research on this, honest. Like
I believe you, but
I mean, as long as
if
the
you
hair
take enough
exists, like,
lemon
you
juice,
could test this bit of my hair that was, grown
yeah, so,
years
yes,
ago,
of course,
and it would have
But if you
the same.
shaved your head, there's nothing
Yeah.
they can do, right?
Yeah, and they because
So
when I
what
was
I'm saying, it's not
they
permanent.
say
You've
if
got
you
to
shave
be.
your head, they'll take it off your arm or your armpit or something. That's the only way to like get around
But
it.
in prisons, isn't that what they do? The sweat test.
To what?
The sweat test in prisons, they can do, a sweat test. So your armpits, they can take a swab from your armpits because you got an lymph nodes, right? So there they can see what intake you had of any drug, if they choose. And certain drugs will last for 24 hours. Certain drugs will last for, whatever.
Yeah,
but marijuana lasts for a month.
It's kind of like the PCR test in a way. For hair, because what they do is they take a couple of strands and they chop it up really finely and grind it into like a powder, and then they mix it with some stuff and they amplify it, like they spin it in something and they amplify it, kind of like how the PCR test works, although I'm not a scientist, so it's obviously not that similar to it. But
the PCR doesn't work for any virus, as you know.
No, it's for
con job.
Yeah, it's what is it? It's an analysis tool, not a diagnostic tool.
Well, English person, I think, put up when I was in Discord. He put up a link to a video. Can't remember the guy's name, but I listened to his video, and they destroyed him. He's dead now. He developed the PCR test, and he said this should never be used to determine whether you have a virus.
Yeah,
what's his name?
Keeps falling out of my head. I don't know why.
Yeah, me too. And a lovely guy. So watch the video.
Carrie Mullis.
Yeah, Carrie Mullis.
Something like that. Yeah. But a lovely guy, and I think they'd beaten him down, probably took him out at some stage. But he was trying to tell us, the science community is a load of, as we say in Ireland, cod wallop, bullshit.
Cod wallop.
In the sense that don't use this to determine if you have a virus. That's not the intention. Now, there was if I understand, there was a Nobel Peace Prize winner when all this kicked off with this virus. He actually said, I have looked at this virus, right? Now, could be another opposition, I don't know. But I kind of listened to him and I kind of tried to understand him. He was saying there's two things that are evident in this virus. One was HIV, the other was malaria. Hence, what's the drug that they were recommending?
Hydroxychloroquine?
Yes. Because that's what they used in the treatment for AIDS. The other thing was we need vitamin D and we need zinc, right, to build up the immune system against this. So, again, I tend to believe that there were these distractions to scare the shit out of us, but he kind of broke it down and said, this is so similar to this, but this was the guy who discovered the actual agent was to do with that, HIV and how we could recover from it, because he believed also it was man-made. He was struck off the list. We haven't heard from him again. He's not on social media. But there was an understanding that, he had a breakthrough, and yet he was a Nobel Peace Contest. So, again, it's like, was he opposition? I don't know. But I went on his guidelines, vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, and this, what you call it, sorry, I forget the name.
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yes, and in Sweden it was banned. They couldn't write a prescription. I had a friend in England. I said, "Look, if you're having this," because I knew she was for different reasons, could you send me some?
But
And
you
so
know,
I can't send it to you, but I can get it to you, like your driving license, media. You don't need the license. Just learn how to fucking drive. If you need to get away, you know how to drive. Get
but you
about the license. You don't need it.
you know,
Same thing. You know what I mean?
even we've been brainwashed. You know, we still talk about needing drugs for COVID-19, but the fact is, all you need is bed rest and fluids. It's just like the flu, except it's not even as bad as the flu. You know, but we've been caught up with the hysteria as well. And that's just because of all the repetition and all the hype that we've been receiving day after day after day for over a year now.
Sure.
It's nothing to worry about, COVID-19. It's a mild cold and flu-like illness that isn't even as bad as the flu.
Okay, then I'm going to give you this, okay. I agree with you to some point. But as I said from the beginning, friends, I think this is vile. They can switch you on, they can switch you off. Something in the air that we've absorbed in our bodies that they can actually switch on. It's going to affect certain people, weak community, elderly, whatever, to show you, oh my God, they're suffering. Oh my God, you know, scare the fuck out of us. So we all come in line and say, God, we don't want to hurt, you know, the elderly, because I don't. But that's who they're targeting with this, as well as us, to kind of trigger our emotions in response to, God, we have to protect the elderly, we can't go and see them, we can't, whatever. I think there's something that they have used somewhere that triggers that physical response, respiratory. And as I said, Age, I've sent you a link with this French company. And it tells a lot. It tells a fucking lot. It makes me...
Well, you know, you actually...
the courts know that this French company exists and are doing what they're doing. And infiltrate, you know, when I say infiltrated, forget about infiltration to us everyday people. These guys have been working on this for fucking years. And the only thing I couldn't find out, they have many international sponsors. And I could not. I've searched to find who are their sponsors. I couldn't find their sponsors because I was looking for you know who in the back end of this. And I'm sure he is somewhere in the fucking back end of this. I couldn't find it. They don't give you that information. This company, they're kind of a, you know, sealed company, but they tell you that they have many international backings. So please, can you research it, lobby to do something on it? Because it really is telling as to what kind of situation we are in right now. With human behavior, the divide and everything else.
Well, you know, you mentioned a term, Ms. Chime, just when I came on, called the Schumann resonance, indicating that we are electromagnetic human beings, or electromagnetic beings, and how I've been doing some research and a lot of thinking about how it is to affect us as electromagnetic beings. And something I came to indirectly from watching the skies and seeing the frequencies in the clouds that I see all the time. And, you know, today was a classic day here in Canada where we had a bright, blue, sunny sky. And I watched the planes and I saw it mist over and cloud over by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And just littered in all this massive artificial cloud was frequencies everywhere. Crisscrossing, just a god-awful mess. And, you know, these frequencies aren't just up there in the clouds. They're three-dimensional. They're going through everything up in the skies and here on Earth and through us as human beings. And I believe, and I'll go full-blown conspiracy whack job mode now.
Do it. Do it.
I believe that they affect our behavior, and I believe that they can make us feel, off kilter, miserable, disaffected, and I believe that they can even cause these mild flu-like illnesses when they want us to when they want to cause that. Excuse me, I've got somebody at my door, and I'll have to go for a minute.
Okay.
I don't think that's a conspiracy theory, really.
What's that?
I
That they
think,
change our behavior?
yeah, because there's been, I think it was Alex Jones was going on about it years ago. You can get those sort of ray guns that shoot into a crowd, and it can calm people down or it can disperse people. I forget the name of it.
Military grade
Yeah.
weapons.
So
Yeah.
there's that kind of proves that they can do it on a short hand, sort of short distance level. So they can probably definitely do it on a large level.
Yeah, I heard about it as some kind of like battlefield tool for sending.
There's actually a video online where you can see what they use, how they use it, and they don't disperse the crowd. What they do is the frequency like pushes the crowd back, and people start to feel pain in their bodies. It exists, absolutely.
Yeah, I swear they talked about some kind of like, I don't even know, I'm not going to say it was called like a gay ray, but they talked, I remember seeing something about that, like some kind of, like the feeling that like drugs like MDMA do. They make that sort of loving kind of feeling. They could like do that through the air to people, and it would just like disrupt warfare. I don't know. I don't have any details on that at all or any evidence, so don't ask for it.
And then maybe you don't need to know everything, but you need to know that they can use frequencies to manipulate moods.
The Americans during maybe the Vietnam War were probably using technology like that. What you just mentioned there.
Really?
Possible, yeah.
I mean, I know Vietnam was, like years ago.
70s, I think. Yeah.
No, I mean years ago when I first sort of started looking into things. Vietnam was one of the things that I sort of looked at, and it was when I first learned about like cloud seeding technology.
Okay. Yeah, they did a lot of nasty shit, man, to the Vietnamese and the country next to it, Cambodia.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen this.
Oh yeah, this is
the cloud machine
from the 90s. Yeah.
Who's that guy? That's the guy who did the car thing. What's his name?
Jeremy Clarkson when he was young.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I love the 90s shirt.
Yeah.
He looks like he should be on the front cover of like a children's encyclopedia.
Yeah, so they were doing it back then in the 90s, and I think there was an article that came out in December, just gone, that the Chinese they kind of admitted it. They've perfected it now.
Really?
Like Didn't they in the Olympics do that when they had the Olympics in China? They used the weather modifications to make sure it didn't rain. And
I think they do that.
That's nothing hidden. That's out there in the public.
I think they do it with like Wimbledon and things like that all the time. And there was something a few years ago when Wimbledon was on. They had a promo advert for it, just like a 30-second TV spot, and it was like going through like here's a shot of Wimbledon, like shoom, here's another shot of Wimbledon, and in the background the sky was just littered with trails constantly in every single shot.
So they tell us that cloud making machine is just another revelation of the method. Them telling us that they modify the weather, but yet they go out of their way to deny it at the same time. It's cognitive dissonance 101.
Yeah. Well,
but I think also if you go, sorry.
Oh, no, feel free.
I was just saying, if you go on the some American sites you can see, they call it solar management.
Solar radiation management, yeah.
Okay, yeah, but that's their camouflage for, this is what we're doing. We want to protect, and apparently this great, fucking climate change bollocks is now a case of it's an emergency. And yeah, I think about 10 years ago, I listened, right, to Danish scientists saying, we're not heading for, this heat, we're heading for an ice age. I don't know if that was camouflage. I don't know if that their intention was to confuse us. But guess what? We're not overheating. We're actually getting colder, and it is, a cyclical. Let's say the word. It's cyclical, as in, it happens every so often, and we're heading for a mini ice age. And that's what they were saying.
The solar minimum. That's kind of area, isn't it?
Pardon?
I think that's kind of like the solar minimum.
Yes,
we're
solar
minimum, and
yeah.
Possible.
Again, I don't know the truth of what's been said, but if we look at what's happening, we know there's certain modifications. We know they have that possibility, right? But not everything is under their control. For instance, the seismic activity, is that under their control? Some of it is, but not all of it. Mother Earth is kind of saying, wake up, I'm going to help you. We had the wobbly in New Zealand the other day, and we're going to have some more wobblies quite soon. And another channel I would like you kind of age to look at, if you're interested, is his name is Dutchanese. I think that's how you pronounce it. He's an American guy. And he's Dutchanese, Dutch, Dutchinse. I think that's how you spell it. Dutchanese. Dutchanese. Yeah.
Okay.
And he comes out with these kind of, he's like you. He likes media, he wants to promote kind of what's going on in the world and be aware, to prepare people for the eventuality if it happens, in your neighborhood. Whatever, have a pack ready at your door with your medicine, with your kind of the essentials, whatever. And he talks about the essentials, not your kind of, I need my mirror, or I need my this, or he really says, be prepared. Kind of shoes you might need if you need to run, clothes you might need, a flashlight if you need it, and whatever. And if you see in Texas, nobody was prepared. But for the ice kind of, meltdown that they had. But what he's trying to say is that these seismic activities are happening. It could be controlled, part of it, surely, because we have all this fracking around the world. But he's also saying that Mother Nature is saying, I've had enough. Get real, guys. I'm sick of this. And it's the time to shake the world up. Spiritually, you can think of it in that way, or if you're mindful, you might think, God, okay, shit, this is happening in our world. There's a lot of shit going on. It's too much for me. But he's trying to prepare that it is happening. Get rid of people. And right now, the tectonic plates, you've heard of them?
Tectonic
plates, yeah. And they're shifting, right? They are shifting. And in some cases, it's dramatically shifting, but it's deep in the earth, right? So we may not get like the tsunami that they had in Japan, right? Or when they had it in Thailand, I think it was 2004. We may not see those. And if we don't see those, no, this one I'm only surmising here, from my understanding, is that we don't see the side, the tsunami hitting, the area, as in it didn't happen in New Zealand. It seems it's controlled, right? If it's natural, we will see the tsunami. If we don't see the tsunami, that means that the energy controlled is kind of going back onto the earth to another place that will hit. Again, you have to do your research. You have to be open-minded. But when you see the amount of earthquakes and volcanic activity today, it's fucking moving. Again, is my language.
Something that I learned about the tectonic plates was the relationship between the tectonic plates and the ionosphere, which is sort of the electrical sort of energy field around the Earth, and it's mainstream science. It's something that people talk about, but they don't sort of. What I was reading about was that it was more so. It was more than like a relationship simply between. They discovered basically that earthquakes could be predicted, obviously between the in the tectonic plates by looking at changes in the energy in the ionosphere around the planet. So here's in the tectonic plates, and directly above it there would be a charge or maybe a negative charge in the ionosphere, and then what that leads you on to is that, right, well, if the tectonic plates are affected by a charge or negative charge, I don't know, in the ionosphere, then perhaps that can be affected the other way around, and by affecting the ionosphere on purpose, you can then affect the tectonic plates and cause earthquakes.
That's what HARP used to do, isn't it?
Basically.
Is it? Yeah.
And DARPA. HARP and DARPA.
I think there was 5
brothers,
of them.
aren't they?
There was one in Alaska. I think there was one in Canada or America. I can't remember.
It's one of the theories behind the what is it? The how do you even say it? Is it Americans who say Haiti and we say like Haiti? I don't even know. You know, the tsunami that happened years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I swear they pronounce it differently to us.
Was that was a volcano in Haiti, right? Not a tsunami. It was a volcano.
Was it? I thought that was.
It was a volcano. Because Hillary Clinton, do you remember the scandal around that when they were taking children out of Haiti?
No.
It was a volcano.
No.
Sorry, not a volcano, it was an earthquake.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was a tsunami caused by an earthquake.
Yeah.
It was an earthquake in the ocean that caused the tsunami and then the flooding and all those horrible videos we saw.
No, that I think you're talking about 2004, and that was Thailand and Sri Lanka, and it affected Australia. But yes, there was in Haiti. There was an earthquake, but no tsunami.
No, it's coming up here.
There's also I don't know if it's 100% true, but they were saying on 9/11 there was a massive cyclone coming towards New York, and it kind of changed. They kind of someone's saying that they changed the pattern of it just before 9/11.
That was Obama. That was in Obama, right? He was the president at the time.
Bush was the president then, I think.
Pardon?
I think Bush was the president, didn't he? Yeah.
Well, wasn't there another one in New York where they flooded the streets of New York? Rain. Shit, there's so much. Yeah, there's so much.
They basically they need electric 24/7 in New York, or it just floods. All the subways would flood if they didn't have electric.
Yeah. But didn't they have that? God, I can't remember. That was recent, right? In the last 10 years, where they had flooding in New York on the low grounds, right?
They did, you're
were
right.
Hugely effective. And I used to watch the baker. What's his name? There was a baker from New York. I can't remember him. An Italian guy, but I loved baking, so I followed him. And I remember he was out after the devastation, trying to feed people and, catering for those who didn't have much food and so on. God, I can't remember his name. Buddy was his name, Buddy. Oh, fuck, what was his name? He's an Italian guy, and he was known as Buddy. Can't remember, sorry.
Oh, it says the Manhattan flood was Hurricane Sandy.
That's the one. That's the one.
I think Superstorm Sandy has devastated parts of the
That's
East
the
Coast.
one. Was that under Obama?
Yeah,
Yeah,
2012.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
City in
It's quite interesting,
darkness.
that.
Ground Zero flood. Oh no. Oh yeah, it did, didn't it? It flooded Ground Zero before they finished the construction of the
Yeah,
Freedom Tower.
exactly.
God, I remember that.
I don't know. There was when I lived in Chiswick, there was a storm. I don't know if you remember. Well, Age, I know you're too young. I don't know how
Storm of
old you are.
87.
Sorry, maybe I know you were too young, but I'm Age. I don't know how young you were, but
Was it the
remember that
storm of
storm?
87?
Yeah,
The
I
what?
slept through that, and I had to get on the tube. Right, I lived in Chiswick, and there were two tubes that were quite near me. One was Turnham Green, and the other was Chiswick. But the one that took me to my job was Chiswick, and I remember walking through the park and thinking, "Fuck, what happened here? All the trees were down." I honestly slept through it.
I
One of the
slept through
worst
an
storms
earthquake as a
ever.
kid. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, I was finished. Pardon, what did you say?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. You said you sort of thought you slept through it, or maybe you said it, I don't know. But I remember there was an earthquake when I was growing up that I was told about, but I slept through it.
I remember there was an earthquake in Lincolnshire about 3 years ago because of fracking.
Really?
Yeah, Lincolnshire, and that's nowhere near like tectonic plates.
Now, Age, I've got to say something to you, right? And I have to say, irrespective of who he's connected to, I have to say, rest in peace, Ian O'Crane, right?
Who's that? Sorry.
Who?
Ian O'Crane.
Oh yeah, Ian Crane. I've heard of the name.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he's now, I say, rest in peace. Again, people are saying that he was connected, he was whatever, but what I do know, he stopped fracking in the UK. Do you know his story?
what's that?
Ian O'Crane's story. Do you know his history?
Why not really, no.
He worked with, let's just say, an oil company. You can research it. I'm not going to promote it. And he saw some tragedy in Iraq. He was there at the time. And he saw, should I say this or not? But he saw bodies that were shot back of the head on the oil fields with the company he was working for, and that kind of woke him up. And he tells that story about that time, and that's when he knew, I had to get out. This is not the world I want to live in. And he started this with UK column, Humanity versus Insanity. Have you heard of it?
No.
But he was trying to tell people, wake up. Again, I hate that word wake up, because I think the consciousness will wake up when it's ready. But be aware that this is happening around you. And if you think that this fracking is to, help mankind, it is not. It's hurting the earth. It's going to create ricochets. I mean, my ayahuasca experience helped me understand it's a living, sentient being, our earth, right? It is. And he was trying to say, now I don't know whether he ever did that kind of elevated his consciousness in relation to, herbs or whatever. But what I do know is that he was very much a conscientious person and was trying to stop the fracking so that the earth wouldn't be disturbed. And he did apparently stop it in the UK. Again, I'm not living in the UK. I don't know so much. I trusted what he said. And he died 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
He was hit with cancer when COVID started. He made a phone call to UK Colin to say, what was, going on. And he just said, keep the fight going. I don't know if I'm going to live through this operation or not. But he did live, probably not very healthily. But, that was his message.
Wow.
Don't give up the fight. Now, I would say,
A lot of
as a
the,
dying man, I have to respect
protests.
what he was saying. You don't die on your deathbed, bullshitting. That's my understanding. He was trying to say, look, be aware of what's coming, be aware of what's happening, and, figure it out, because, this is the year. I'm saying, like, he got it last year, the cancer, but this year he died. And he was trying to warn us to say, you know what, they're coming on all fronts against us. They really are. Sorry you haven't heard of him, but he's a good guy.
I used to go to a lot of the fracking protests, and I think everywhere managed to get rid of it, apart from Lancashire and Lincolnshire, I think. But everywhere else, yeah.
Are they still doing it?
And he actually showed
I don't know
a
if they're
video
still
on
doing it, but that was a few years ago. They managed to.
I think it stopped. I think it's gone in the UK because there was some particular guy, I can't remember his name, that he was like Matt, not Matt Hancock, but Matt somebody, that was promoting it, and there was a lot of money, in that company, and he exposed that, to help people understand. And he went to village, and he created communities. He actually kind of had a caravan. He parked in the land just to let people know, I'm here. If you want information, come and see me. And he created that community dynamic where people said, you know what, fuck this. You're not doing this to my community. There's so many farmers were affected by this. The land didn't replenish. Wherever they started to frack, there was no replenishment. So they couldn't grow their crops. The livestock couldn't feed it because there was nothing to feed on, and so on. And he fought not for war as such. He showed it as it was.
There's a
Interesting guy to research.
There's a village in Germany that it's like an 900-year-old like village, and they started having fracking, and all the buildings in the whole village started cracking, like massive, like 3-inch cracks and stuff through the whole building.
Yeah, it's like even under like the sort of mainstream narrative of it, it's hard to say like how it's a good thing. Like they say, okay, well, the hydraulic fracking, and they go in and they pump it, and then they pull everything out, and it creates holes in the earth. Like, surely that's just like that's a bad idea. It's I don't know. I mean, that sounds a little naive of me to say, but yeah, I don't know. I can't see like what the argument for it being fine is, other than don't worry about it. Don't worry about with making giant holes in the floor, because they're not denying that it's making giant holes in the floor.
Yeah. The argument is money, Owen.
Yeah, always money.
But no, even another example is the Canadian or the Alberta oil sands and the Keystone Pipeline.
Yeah.
These are just fracking. It's just dirty oil, but it's not easy oil to get at, but it can be gotten at through man-made intervention. But it's damaging to the earth, and it's damaging to structures, and it's damaging to the environment. It's damaging to people.
They pump a lot of water in it as well, don't they? A lot of natural water and natural gas.
Yeah, it uses a lot of water as well. Yeah,
exactly. But if at the end of the day, the cost to extract it is less than the cost to sell it, it'll get done. That's just the way things work.
Is it like one of the big sort of revenue streams for Canada, do you think?
Oh yeah, most definitely, Edge. Most definitely, it's a huge money maker here.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the Haiti earthquake and tsunami. Did anybody read that the Clinton Foundation? Well, first of all, I also believe that that was a man-made earthquake. But did anybody read that the Clinton Foundation raised $10 billion for relief aid and ended up only building 6 houses, or actually shacks, and nobody's heard where the rest of the money has gone. It's just all gone quiet since then.
Yeah, I did okay.
Yeah,
And also that they brought children from Haiti over to America. You know, the orphans, so-claimed orphans of that situation.
Yeah, children have gotten.
It's a bit scary, you know, when we know about certain things. I don't want to mention because I don't want to down people's minds, but it makes you wonder, you know, what was their intention with all of this? I mean, we had a friend who actually worked in Haiti at the time, right? I did. My concern at that time was, are you okay? And so on. It took us 5 days to locate him. An Irish guy, it took us 5 days to locate him. And he just said, I'm looking to survive, but I'm okay, I'm here. But then he said, I'm not leaving because I want to work with the families, you know, because I know them. There's a lot of poverty in Haiti, and I've been to Haiti myself. A huge amount of poverty. Well, when I say poverty, I mean, in the Western world, we're quite materialistic. Oh, you have to have the mortgage, you have to have the house, you have to have this and that and the other. But in Haiti, they were just tribal people trying to survive. But they were definitely, when I was there, I went on a tour from Dominican Republic to Haiti with a tour organization. And I remember being there, and they played music, and they showed us around their village, and they had a prison with an open door. In other words, if you were naughty, you were sent there, you know, for a day. Nobody had to keep you, and you knew you did wrong, and so on, right? So they were very kind of primitive, tribal people, but good-hearted people. Anyway, there was a ceremony before we left. I guess that was a display for us Western stupid people, whereby they kind of told their history, and on the before we left, like in Ireland, we have this thing called poutine, right? They make it out of potatoes and so on, heavy drink. Now, I could imagine this tribe didn't know anything about this shit, but that was what was left in reward for them to do what they did, the ceremony and God knows what. I remember thinking to myself on the way back on the bus, thinking, fuck me, they're giving them alcohol. I don't understand that. But then she said to us, oh, by the way, because we have done this, that, and the other, we'd like you to kind of tip us for bringing you across the border from Dominican to Haiti. And I remember saying to my husband, no fucking way am I giving this woman a penny. They left fucking alcohol, excuse my language again, but I'm that mad. They left fucking alcohol that was going to corrupt that, you know, civilization. No way am I giving her money. Again, as I said, it's a reflection. It's sadness from me in my heart, but a reflection of the corruption, even down to the fucking tourist person. What you call them? The people who do the tourist guide. Made me sick. Really did. Because they were tribal. And they knew what they were, but the Western world, if I say that, it does mean us, infiltrate us as in our government, infiltrators and try to kind of, you know, dismantle the tribal views and so on.
I think that they treat different countries as different experiments, Ms. Chan. And I think they can have these third world cesspools, as Danny DeVito calls them, as just the extreme forms of experimentation. So they can have a place like Haiti and keep it as poor as they want, and they can experiment on it. I think this earthquake tsunami was an experiment to test their technology, to see how many Richters they could put on on a scale with man-made technology, and then reap all the benefits of that. Like the Clinton Foundation picks up 10 billion, they steal some children, and who knows what else they got up to that we haven't sniffed out yet. So, and then they treat, they set up these so-called first world countries like the USA and Great Britain, and but they experiment on us too, in ways that we figured out and in ways that are probably coming that we haven't even thought of yet. But Haiti, it's a godforsaken place now, and it's a crying shame that a small elite number of human beings will actually allow this to happen. But it also makes you wonder if they can allow that to happen to our part of the world. And I would warn you that they will, and they can. And they
Reset,
the reset.
leveling of the playing field.
Mr. Swab your bum person, yeah.
And all it takes is a generation to wipe out any memory of what the place was like.
Yeah. Like Poland or something.
Like, who was it? We had a guest on our live stream from Portugal. Not Sun Mao, she's from Rome. Happy Honker
Happy Honker or something, yeah.
Oh,
I remember her, yeah. She
Yeah,
was on Rich's channel. Lovely lady. I thought she was a lovely lady.
And she said that there were elder people in Portugal who still whispered at times under certain circumstances because they still had a memory, or their parents had still told them of Portuguese secret police. And
but you remember they were under until same as Hungary. Hungary was kind of under dictatorship to 1957. I'm not sure when Portugal were released from that, but they had similar circumstances. So of course,
same as Spain.
I can understand that, that you go into that fear mode.
Thank you for
You
bringing up.
haven't worked on yourself, right? If you haven't worked on yourself, when into that fear mode, so I kind of got what you were saying.
Thank you for bringing up Hungary, Miss Chan, because I have an elderly gentleman. He's 80, and he's Hungarian, and he actually served in the Hungarian army before he came over to Canada in the 50s. And so we got talking a bit about what Hungary was like under the communistic regime. But then we started talking a bit about, not exactly about secret police or, torture or things like that, but it got a little dark. And actually he started it, and then he just cut me off and shut it down. He just didn't want to talk about it anymore. And so I don't bother to mention that subject anymore, or that part of Hungary to him, out of respect. So yeah, thank you for jogging my memory on that. And there are still people around who know how things can.
Yes.
Poland, I think it was Poland and Hungary, they kind of teamed up, and they were the first countries to leave communism, weren't they? Solidarność, they called it. It was like a movement.
Yeah, I think that was Lech Walesa.
Yeah.
Solidarity.
Lech and
some say solidarity is a dirty word to me, but because it associates with communism. But in the end, he was like, trying to fight for the individual, and he did a good job. Sadly, I think his memory is a little bit tainted today. For whatever reason, I'm not really understanding all the politics of what happened in Poland. But I do know every time I meet a Polish person, I go, hey, good job.
The plane crash, his plane crashed, didn't it, about 5 years ago over Russian airspace, and they reckon it was the Russians that killed him.
Forgive me, I have a bit of knowledge about Lech Walesa and Solidarność, and I was lucky enough to travel through Poland for almost 2 weeks before the wall came down. They were still under communist control back in the 80s. Mm-hmm. And I happened to work in the hospital with a fellow pharmacist who was from Poland. They managed to escape, well, legally escape. anyways, so I remember Poland. It was well, I did quite a bit of traveling when I was young, and it was the poorest country I've ever seen. But I just want to throw a nut in the conversation, go full whack job conspiracy theorist again.
Yeah.
And knowing what I know now after 5 years of being awake and how the media works, I had very strong positive feelings towards Lech Walesa. And just based on what my friend, the pharmacist from Poland, had told me during the 80s, what Poland was like. I mean, she actually gave me 2 addresses, so I got to stay with friends of hers in Warsaw and Krakow, and so I really got, in a 2-week period, I really got to see a country, unlike I usually do from the touristic angle. So I had very strong emotions around Lech Walesa, but now the way I see it, considering all the media attention he got, the international attention, the positive attitude he got, I think that Solidarność and Lech Walesa, I think, and this is just me being honest in my honest opinion, I think Lech Walesa was another actor, and I think Solidarność was dreamed up by a think tank like the Tavistock Institute in London.
Yes.
And I think probably Henry Kissinger had a lot to do with that operation, just from everything I've come to understand about the world.
And the Polish constitution is still, it was Stalin. It's all Stalin's words, basically. They
Yes.
just changed the words.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned Kissinger. I mean, what a dinosaur in the plan.
What a piece of work, eh?
What a fucking damn
Now look
square
at Poland.
What's wrong with me?
It's quite a wealthy
He's a dinosaur in all of
getting
this,
rich,
right? He's been
slowly.
in every administration from his youth until now. I don't know if he's still around, but he's been in every goddamn administration of the U.S. presidency.
Henry Kissinger.
Something.
Yeah.
Henry Kissinger is
with the guy.
He's a capital P psychopath, and I think that there should actually, in any dictionary, whether picturized or not, there should be a picture of Henry Kissinger beside the word psychopath. That's just my own personal opinion.
I think he knows something about longevity, like what's his name? The Queen's husband, Philip. They know how to live long. That we don't know, or we're denied that information. But
I think Henry might partake in the adrenochrome.
Henry.
How old is he now?
I can tell you, okay, that is a subject I haven't really delved into because it sickens me, and because it came out of that certain movement with the letter alphabet Q. I don't know enough. Scares me to even go down that path, to believe that they do that. But I guess they do. And I think Age is coming up with one of those kind of episodes of Pizzagate. So I'll wait until I hear what Age has researched.
Age is going to go down that dark road, is he? I'd love to see something from Age on that.
I understand.
Adrenochrome.
No,
Pizzagate.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Well, I'd love to see something on that too. Don't forget the false flag in Pizzagate, Age.
Yeah. They're only literally like 3 or 4 minutes long, these videos, and it's more kind of, it's an open question, and then we talk about it like we have tonight. And
sorry. Well, I was going to ask what Icke had to, like, what he knew about David Icke.
Oh, I'm almost afraid to speak about David Icke for fear of deeply offending somebody.
Feels like it, doesn't it, at times? No, I think it's been all right tonight.
No, I think we've been quite open, haven't we?
Spit it out now.
Well, look, go ahead, Age. I'm sorry.
I was going to say I'd say me and Owen, I think we're kind of on the fence with David Icke, maybe. I don't know. I suppose. He's a bit. I've never really truly liked him, but I think he's got some good points, and yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said I think 95% of what he says is true.
Yeah.
But that, you know, that could lend itself to both sides of the argument as well.
Yeah.
You know, because obviously disinformation agents have an element of truth to them to I don't know, what would you say, to verify, that's not the right word, but you know, to make people actually believe them. But then at the same time, it could be said the other way that, you know, not everyone gets everything right. So 95% of, I mean, I hope to think at least 95% of what I say is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, my approach to David Icke, don't get me wrong, I want to believe. Like, I want to have somebody who is reliable and honest and enlightens me and wakes me up. But I've had my problems with David Icke on the past on just not attitudes and details and just kind of a David Icke weirdness about him. But I always I'm open-minded. Like, for example, I remember he was an English footballer, a goalkeeper, and then Age informed me that he was like in a 3rd division or 4th division something. And I checked that out, and it's like, well, okay, then I changed my mind about him a bit more. But there are things like the talk of lizard people that, you know, I kind of even want to believe that some days. But
sometimes, yeah.
But for the most part, unless you can kind of like show me something I can see, like I can go outside and I can see planes leaving long streaks from horizon to horizon, which don't make sense under the laws of physics and chemistry, if you know what I mean. So I'm on the fence about David Icke. He woke me up. Don't get me wrong. Like 5 years ago, he was one of the people I followed. And he woke me up to a lot of things about the totalitarian tiptoe, the fake media. You know, I can't fault him for the things he woke me up to. But I don't get emotional about him, and I don't understand people who are. Don't get vested in people. In fact, the people that I trust the most are people in little boxes on YouTube channels who haven't let me down yet, you know? And they run their own channels. They might not have more than 50,000 subscribers, but so far they're batting it out of the park on everything.
Yeah, I think the more famous someone gets, the less credible they become, because you can wonder why did they manage to slip through the cracks? You know, have they been given special treatment to get to that position of power, I suppose?
When people,
can I ask a question here? Did he mean by lizards that there are kind of those kind of cold people on this planet? Instead, we call them narcissists and psychopaths.
I mean, he talks about actual. Yeah, he talks about actual shape-shifting lizard people, doesn't he?
Transmogrifying people who are reptiles in one state, and when they choose to, they transmogrify. If that's
it was not after his ayahuasca experience that he actually started to talk more, because he had that ayahuasca experience in Peru and this brilliant thing that he went up the mountain and he had this huge, you know, experience with energetic feeling and so on. That maybe he really believed that, but maybe it was kind of like everything today is metaphorical. I don't know. I don't want to discount, and as I said, my relationship with him broke some years ago because he seemed to have a big fucking platform to expose, you know, the truth. Where today none of us can speak a word, and we're taken down. So I'm quite confused. Maybe the agenda is just tightening around us, Maybe that's why, the YouTube channels are being taken down for certain people. But it was like, for me, the two big ones to go, which shocked probably the world, that on YouTube, on the Truth Movement, was Alex Jones and David Icke. So it's like, oh fuck, was that intentional? I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't, and like somebody in the chat is saying that lizard people don't mean real people, not actual lizards. It means psychopaths, and we could talk about that. We could. I guess for me, it's not that David Icke is not that big a deal. Maybe it's like my flat Earth for some people. I get tired of it. I don't want to talk about it. It's just not that big a deal, really.
So do you think you have to read David Icke's books to understand his code then? And the mainstream media, like Wogan, they obviously haven't read his books and they're just tarring him with the crazy lizards and all that kind of shit.
Or could David Icke be controlled opposition?
Yeah.
He gets to speak on the BBC. Like, if I was really in the alternative media, I don't think I'd be talking on mainstream television, because you're just going to get hatchet jobbed every time you go on. Like, you're either with them or against them. And if you're talking on the mainstream media, maybe from my point of view, you've joined them somehow, or you're being coerced or used by them somehow. And maybe you've lost your way. I don't know.
One thing I do know about the whole reptilian thing is that there's some, I don't know about transmogrifying people into, shape-shifting things and all of that, but the idea itself, at least, is rested in some kind of nature, in that we have the reptilian brain, which I suppose if you then also believe in evolution, I'm not getting into that, but you've got the reptilian brain, which obviously reptiles and other creatures still operate on. They don't have the mammalian brain elements that surround that, which give you emotion and a higher form of empathy and things. And then, of course, what humans have, which is the what is it, the frontal cortex and all that other stuff for sort of like higher brain capacity and long-term memory, all of that sort of thing. And even now we still have the reptilian brain, which is responsible for hunger and fight and flight and sleep, things like that, still inside us now.
I agree. Maybe I think it was metaphoric. I think he was trying to tell us that within us there are these different kind of, feelings, reactions, whatever. And flat bears, they always talk in, in psychology. Where are you? What mode are you in? What your fears are, what you need to deal with. The psychological aspect of it. Be it controlled or not, it's true. If you're in the fight mode, if you're in the fear mode, if you're in the kind of had enough fucking mode, it is a case of looking back and seeing, okay, what happened to make me feel as I do. He was trying to tell us that we have this reptilian type brain. I really believe it was metaphor when he was saying that, in the sense that we have this, and dare I say, because somebody kind of got annoyed at me when I did say it, but I'm going to say it again, the backbone in Ireland, everybody used to say to each other, get some backbone, get whatever. And now I understand the backbone is about courage, about strength, about standing for who you are. It wasn't ever meant to offend that, anybody in that chat, but I grew up with that. Grow a backbone. and many other things. The fairies, the tutu de nana. Anybody Irish in the chat, 'cause I can't see it. The tutu de nana was like the fairies, the unseen, the sort of, metaphysical, the sort of esoteric, as in, we're people of kind of the spiritual being, we're people of understanding this, and if you kind of see the fairies, like, oh my God, are they going to do this, that, and the other to you? You have to respect them. There's a lot of mystery in our teachings, my teachings, that I didn't quite get. But I can tell you this, when I was young, I believed in the fairies. I used to go down looking under the bluebell to see if the fairy existed. I wanted to see if the fairy existed. So David Icke was trying to tell us that there are the word existential beings that might come into our dreams, or we might just have a passing glimpse of, or whatever. In other words, we're not alone. This world is what we call I'm saying it in Irish way, three-dimensional. But I believe that there are other dimensions that we coexist with, and that we kind of need to be open to that. We're not alone. Now, with the new kind of flying objects on over the earth, that NASA are coming out with, that never wanted to speak about this nonsense, as they called it. All of a sudden, fucking UFO sightings all over the place. I mean, please, people, what are they trying to do? Manipulate? Or are they trying to tell the truth? I don't know at this stage, is my answer.
Good evening, Jamie.
Hello.
Just thought I'd say hello. How's it going, man?
Not too bad, thank you.
Yeah, good to see you here at this time.
Yeah, well, I've just been told I can stay on my chat till 11 tonight, so
nice one.
I thought I'd end earlier and I'd come on here.
Oh, nice one. Awesome.
Yeah, it's good. I haven't been able to come on your channel in a little while because I've been doing other streams elsewhere, so yeah, it's nice that you're here.
Yeah, which other streams have you been on?
Well, mine, and then other people come within our group and that, yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, so it could be like introduce me to some other streamers and
I mean, Arkai knows the most. He's always, what did you say, Arkai? You're a live stream.
Well, if you got me on Discord, so you can just share some links on there if you want. Yeah,
cool. Can we look at that picture again, please? I found that really interesting.
I found it on my journeys looking for Icke, and apparently he claims that he's a Gnostic. So,
is he? I don't know much about Gnosticism, but I assume like the Islam one, as in like Sufi, they call them, don't they? Sufi Muslims.
To be honest, religion is my weak subject. I don't particularly know too much about religion.
I mean, I don't know much. I know these terms.
Yeah.
Well, isn't Gnosticism basically the hidden knowledge? Isn't it?
Like gnosis is in know. Yeah, it's not a coincidence really that it's like the word know, like Gnostis.
And doesn't it involve a sense of magic as well? Like you look at Kabbalah, for example, under Judaism. I associate Kabbalah with magic.
Yeah, Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism. Yeah.
But you know what?
In Islam
okay.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't know about. I'm interested in that because I heard, I was reminded of the term Sufi the other day because there was some, I don't know, was it that one that was like, there was a fight, I think Subject Access streamed it, there was a fight at the temporary speaker's corner that they've got going at Marble Arch. And I think someone said, because it was between two Muslims and one of them was one type of Muslim and the other was another. And instead of Sunni and Shiite, one of them apparently was a Sufi or something. Well, I don't know anything about that, but that's interesting if it's sort of like I don't know, more like an esoteric form of Islam.
I thought all Muslims were like into Islam, but because I didn't know that. I mean, I've heard of Sufism, but I didn't know it was a separate thing.
It's like a branch of it, because Kabbalah is a type of, I suppose, it's a part of Judaism.
Yeah, except normally you think of Hasidic versus what would be the other one, or
Orthodox.
Orthodox, non-practicing. You wouldn't think Kabbalah. Like it's a different jump. It's a different dimension. You're going from the degrees of practice in Orthodox religion into mysticism, right?
Exactly. Kabbalah is about mysticism.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a different philosophy. It's a different structure.
It's the way this is laid out, though. I don't know. It's kind of revealing, I suppose, because I've not thought about it in this way. Kabbalah, I've done a fair bit of research on, and I know about Hermeticism and I know about the Rosicrucians, but to see it like that, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not as black and white as that, but.
So where would Buddhism fit on this then? Like,
Buddhism's not a religion, is it? It's more
philosophy or something.
Philosophy, yeah.
Isn't Hermeticism more of a philosophy though?
I don't really know what Hermeticism is, really, if I'm honest.
Because they have like Hermetic principles, don't they? It's like from the ancient Egypt, isn't it?
Yeah. From Hermes Trismegistus, or however you call it.
That's the one. Yeah.
I don't even know what classical paganism is, to be honest with you.
I assume just paganism.
Yeah.
How it was before it got turned into some hippie fest.
Well, you get like different sects of paganism, like you get like Wiccanism and all that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, like Wicca, I suppose it borrows from paganism, but I don't think it's a form of paganism. Because Wicca is like a form of magic that came from it. I don't know. I think Wicca is just like something that they invented, much like they invented Satanism, as we call it, in the 70s, which just borrowed from occult principles like the Ordo Templi Orientis and all of those. Like, it's just like a modernized version. Like Wicca, I don't know. Wicca is it's the sort of thing that like kids in my school were into, and my sister was into it, and they had books on it. And then I always thought it was a bit weird when I was growing up, but then when I got into all of this and I then like found interest in like the niche of occultism, I looked back at Wicca and I was like, this is kind of just like witchcraft for like teenage girls, really. Like it's all like sage and purification, and it throws out all that stuff about like rituals and blood sacrifice and all that other really crazy stuff.
Well, I've seen that, because in these sort of, when the people go really deep down the rabbit hole and they start getting into things like blood over intent, and that's like really kind of occult rituals, isn't it? It's like,
I don't know what
what they'll do is they'll like prick themselves, and then they'll like rub it on a piece of paper and write their intention down, and they think that when they put their blood down, it seals the intent of some crap.
What
the intention enough? Like,
where does adrenochrome fit in any of these circles?
All of them. Just any of the center circle, maybe.
What about the Druids? I guess they fit in the classical
Would that
Paganism. But
paganism?
for me, they don't. They are my tribe. They are my ancestors.
Druidism is like a
and
form of Gnosticism, isn't it?
Sure, but yeah, well, I think the Catholic Church will put it in the classical paganism, and that's a history in itself. But you know, they were medical men, medicine men in their own right. They had an understanding of the land. They had healing herbs and so on. I don't know, any of you heard of Michael Tier Soren?
Yeah, Michael Tazarian. Yeah.
Yeah. And he talks about the old kind of the history of the Irish and the Aryan race, which we hugely misunderstand today. Aryan is a word is associated with Hitler today, but in the olden days it wasn't. The Aryan race were the Druids, coming from east to west, west to east. They were kind of tribal. They were had an understanding of the land, and they were very good people. And I'm going to offend people here, and I don't mean to, right? Because people have their beliefs. St. Patrick was not who he claimed him to be. He came to Ireland to get rid of the snakes, right? If you look at the Celtic cross, the DNA is on the cross, right? And I have it around my neck. I wear it all the time. It's crystal. He was sent by the Romans to get rid of the Druids, in my view, right? So any Irish out there, don't attack me. I'm going to say that's my understanding. He was Roman, not French. On our island, he came to get rid of the snakes. The snakes in the Druid tradition, you know, they were not snakes poisonous. They were like the Kundalini. And there's a lot of misinterpretations about the Druids, like, you know, sacrifices and so on. If you truly do the research, and again, I go back to Rudolf Steiner, because I didn't live in that time, or maybe I did. But he tries to tell us of the Hibernian race. They were kind of a breakaway, you know, that from the Atlantean time, and they had all these understandings. Again, I will say to you, put out there what you think.
Sounds cool. Hibernian.
And you had the was it the Church of Iona before the Catholic Church came, wasn't it? Have you heard of that? They basically, that was, I think that was after the Druids in Ireland and just before the Catholics and before the English came. Do you know the Church of Iona?
Heard of it, but I know nothing about it.
I'm a bit ignorant there, eh?
Sorry?
I'm a bit ignorant from that age. The Iona.
Yeah, I don't.
Before the Catholic Church. I'll research it.
Kundalini is very powerful.
Well, the Kundalini definitely is, and the Druids knew that.
As a form of yoga.
That and others. I mean, my awakening without David Icke, shall we say, 2012, I had, now I'm being very personal here, I had an experience on my couch, just wanting to go to sleep. And I had this, the stars were like boom, 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 boom. I thought I was in dream state. I really did. And around, in my head, there was a wheel of history going backwards, not forwards, going backwards. That showed me every single war, every single tribe, every single human, da da da. And it was a case of, oh my God. That was my awakening. And then I found David Icke. Because I thought it was going crazy. I really thought, what the fuck is going on with me? Why is this happening to me? I'm a normal human being, and with the family, and this happened to me. And then the next thing I found was David Icke, and that's what I said. I will lend myself to him, but I broke away from that because it didn't make sense after X amount of years. So the Kundalini, I believe, is within us, and it activates when you need to be activated. Hence why I would never call somebody a sheep. Never. They have their time, divine time. Again, I'm just going to leave it at that.
What do you think of David Icke, Jamie? Have you ever sort of
well, it's like when he talks about reptilians and all that. It's like he says some stuff that seems to kind of discredit other things that he says. So I don't know. Maybe he's just kind of being, just like we all do. We all get fed some false information. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's a paid show, but could be.
Like, we don't always get everything right all the time, so maybe sometimes he doesn't get it right.
Yeah.
Possible.
I mean, he does this thing with like the Saddam Hussein and saying that, well, he tried to come up with an excuse that he was dead and cloned or something, that it wasn't him.
Oh yeah. Wait, did he say that? Did Icke say that?
Yeah, it was when he was on, I think he was on TV or something, whatever it was, that where he had like an audience and
on mainstream TV.
Yeah, it was. I think there was some show or something, and he was predicting Saddam Hussein's death, and he didn't get it right. So what he did, he said, "Well, he actually is dead, but the one you see now, well, back then, that it was an imposter."
Imposter, I believe. Clone, I don't know.
Well, like this whole sort of like cloning labs, and I don't know. I don't think he.
I'm sure they can. Yeah, no. So I'm just.
Yeah, they do have the technology for it, but it just seems a bit unnecessary, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I do remember watching a program on Saddam, and he did have double agents who used to go and do speeches and stuff for him.
Yeah, and it happens in that bloody Sacha Baron Cohen film, The Dictator, as well.
Yeah,
that's like the whole point of that film. You would, wouldn't you? What a good job that would be. You get paid loads, right? You'd have a great life, but you might just.
Yeah. They wouldn't even need doubles anymore with all this like deep fakes and stuff.
Yeah, I saw some really good ones the last couple of days, actually.
Like the Tom Cruise one.
Yeah, bloody hell.
Yeah.
It's you can't even, you wouldn't know. You just wouldn't know at all.
Well, you could deep fake a Boris Johnson then. Like you could have Boris Johnson's stunt doubles going around the country making speeches. A few people in the stadium will go, "Wait a minute, this isn't quite right." But the vast majority of the population sees him on the internet as a deep fake Boris Johnson, and they think everything's okay.
Well, the series that the Queen has died. The series that the Queen has died now, and that so maybe they're just using deep fakes of someone else.
It's entirely possible if you.
It's interesting. There was the impressionist called Deborah Stevenson. She was doing an impression of the Queen, but she was doing a deep fake.
The people who created South Park brought out a deep fake comedy show. They've only done one episode, but apparently they're planning a lot more. And it was entirely Trump. Like they was, what did they call it? I don't know. But yeah, they had they had Trump just as like different characters doing stupid shit, and they was made to be a little bit obvious that it was a deep fake. But no, that was hilarious. That was. Everyone should watch that. It was funny. What I was going to say though a minute ago was if you had fake Boris on stage doing that, if you had the technology to do a live deep fake. I mean, I don't know how it works, how much sort of manual tweaking it requires at this point, or how much of it's just done by an algorithm. If you could do it live then and there, you could he'd be really far away on the stage and no one would be able to see him properly, and just have him up on the bloody jumbotron screens on the side. Yeah, like people could fall for that easy if you could just live deep fake it.
Well, I know you can sort of do these things like these apps where you can change your face to something else live. It will map out your face and it will put another one on it.
Yeah, but there's
Can I intervene and just say that there is quantum physics where they can project a lot of things that we may not kind of understand, but we could see it.
Oh, you mean
quantum
physically?
Can actually, they can project on a quantum level. You
like a hologram.
Stuff and yeah.
So you think they could be using like
exactly what it is?
Quantum D-wave computer or something to generate it?
Yeah,
we don't know what
they have that technology. Pardon?
We don't know what sort of technologies these people have. I think they're quite a few years in front of us, aren't they, to say the least?
Sure, and I just think that to deceive, if we understand, no matter what they project, their intention is to deceive, and we can be in any situation, wherever, family, whatever. They intend to infiltrate every aspect of our lives with this quantum technology. That we have to be aware of it. It's hard. It's hard to get that they can do that, but they do. And my question is again, it's like, okay, if they can do that, how do we respond to that? Given that we're talking about people in our day who will believe, who will put the mask on, who will do whatever. The reality of our situation is questionable.
Yeah, it always feels
and this is what David Icke talked about: illusion, disillusion.
Yeah, it always feels so strange when we have like this philosophical conversation that goes on about all these esoteric topics for so long, and the future is this, and religion is that, and then we go, and then it just comes back down to earth, and you go, all of these people just walking around wearing masks. Like,
did you see that one where it was like what is it? Natalie Portman wearing a Emma Watson mask. It was pretty convincing, actually. It was
wearing a mask or digital?
Wearing a mask. It was all sort of just a real mask. So
no, but
they wouldn't need to do that if they had the technology.
I'm going to be having some nightmares about the Mona Lisa from Discord. I know that.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
I fucking want that.
I just want to say thank you. I need to leave now. Thank you guys. It's been brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Discussion, and take it easy. Look forward to the next one,
cool.
Please research that French company, because I'm telling you, I truly believe that they're the kind of in Europe the core of why we are in the situation we're in today. I mean, they really did have experiments on human behavior, as in, two groups splitting because one had the mask and one didn't, or one had a blue thing and one didn't, and the DNA and the nanotechnology, interesting.
What was the name again for everyone else?
I think I put it in the chat. I think it's hold on. The company's name is CNRS News. The company's name, I don't know the total. It's just CN and Romania S News. And in that, you can see that they have been monitoring the behavior of people. It's very, a lot of it is in French, but they have translated it. And then they have society, and then they have a digital aspect of society, and how they can. They don't actually say control it, but they are manipulating it. I sent you that link. Do you need me to send it again?
Where was it?
It was hard to do it. I had to kind of. They weren't allowing me just share. I had to copy it.
I can't see it.
Hold on, if I can do it again. I have the page here. Let's see. Copy link. I'm going to copy link and put it in the live. In your. Actually, I have to come out of this. I don't know how this StreamYard works, but I can't even see the chat. So I'll have to come out of the chat, or out of the StreamYard, and then put in your chat. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Not sure how it works. I don't even know how to get back to the stream. Need to learn basics. Oh God, I don't even know how to get out of this shit. Can you turn me off, Age?
Yeah. All right. I'm kicking you out now.
Oh.
There we are.
Bye.
Oh no, it's just still here. Oh, kicked from studio. That's the one.
Not the other one.
I've never actually done it. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed the beginning of what Miz was talking about there. I thought she was talking about that. My mate mentioned it. Oh right. People. Oh, interesting. I thought she was talking about that. My mate told me about. They had, I think it was like in Amsterdam, maybe they had like a practice festival or something for like tracking how COVID spreads. And they had like different groups, and some people had masks and some people had no masks, and they put like dye in the drink. They put like what would it be, like ultraviolet dye in the drinks, so then they could track like the spread and stuff. I thought it was that we were talking about.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what she was on about. There was that BBC presenter years ago, Hannah Fry. Do you know her? She did some like virus testing thing on this little village where everyone in the village had a phone and they had this app, and they were just testing how you'd spread a virus. Yeah. Have you ever seen that, Hannah Fry?
No. I mean, it seems silly that they would even need to do this trial thing, but like, obviously they know the answers, or they know the answers, but they need to get the mainstream scientists to find out the answers too, so then they can disseminate that information to all of us serfs and sheep.
Like, I heard this thing that the stream ought to know something about that when they looked at all the states where some had mask mandates, some didn't, that they only found like a 1.32% reduction in transmission, which is less than the like margin of error, whatever you call it, like the
Yeah.
So there really is no evidence for reduction of spread.
Yeah, it's almost like face coverings, as they call them. Only
Some symbolic kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
politicized symbolism, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Yeah, it's a symbol of acceptance of the narrative, really. More so in the US, because most, it's, I don't even know. I would love to know, but I also really don't want to know what the percentage of people who, it's kind of like seeing who the conspiracy theorists are.
Yeah. They talk about illusion. So have you ever seen that illusion where they just have like a face and it's like turn it around and it's like it's really kind of
other face upside down.
Yeah, like it's like a concave face. It's quite confusing. What's this?
This documentary came out in 2018. The one I was just on about Hannah Fry, and it's just predictive programming, I suppose.
Well, it says COVID-19 now, or rather, YouTube have put their obligatory COVID-19 thing on it.
Yeah. So even this, they've already been analyzing how we walk around and interact, and
yeah, like they know. Obviously, like they must know all of this already.
Yeah, they don't announce things publicly till years after they believe it's safe that they can announce it, I suppose.
Yeah, and now they want your DNA.
Yeah.
Well, the Klaus anal swab.
Yeah. They just want it that way, just so they can laugh at us, though. They can get it.
Industrial Revolution.
He was born in Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
There you go. Guilt by association.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
real,
the bastard child of Adolf Hitler and his nanny or something.
I heard they saying that Hitler was a Rothschild or something.
Isn't Angela Merkel his daughter or something? They're all related.
Well, if that's the case and he's connected to Rothschilds, then this whole thing about the Nazis versus the Jews is all a complete psyop.
Definitely.
Because they're all sort of
that's dangerous
in it together.
Oh, careful now.
Well, I'm just saying that if that is the case, then well, they're not even real Jews anyway. They're sort of yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It's built on the back of the Balfour Declaration and all of that stuff. They needed a reason to sort of bolster the existence of Israel in the first place.
Yeah, it was all about. Yeah, because it's this whole thing that when you look into the Greater Israel Project, and they're trying to take over.
Oh, Salomon.
It's no conspiracy theory.
Salomon von Rothschild, like the Salomon Brothers building, which was mentioned in my video earlier. World Trade Center 7 was called the Salomon Brothers building.
Yeah, like was that Alex Salmond or whatever, the guy who's yeah.
Yeah, I'll put that link in the chat.
I don't think there's any connection.
Yeah, I can only so many links.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
No, I love it. It's just, oh my god, mate. I've already got, I don't even know, like 300 tabs open on my phone. don't even know. I don't know what to do with them all.
How you have 300 tabs open?
I think they just like go into the background and it doesn't. Like if I did it on my
after a
computer,
while, I have too many tabs open, it just starts to freeze.
yeah, if I did it on my computer, it would crash. I mean, I think
Right.
at the moment on my computer, I've probably got about 20, maybe. But yeah, on my phone, it's about 2 or 3 years.
Starts to get a bit stressful when I have too many open. It just gets a bit, you know.
They just like get committed to long-term memory on Chrome on my phone, so they just sit in the background. And occasionally, I go through and I read some of them and do something with others, and try and close as many as I can. But I don't know what to do with it. It's too much bloody info.
Yeah. So like research, is it? So.
Mostly research, yeah.
Yeah, what is it about this COVID stuff or other things?
I don't even know. Those last two, then I got the David Icke one, something about migrant children in cages. Then a few things I was going to talk about on my next stream. That last link that you gave us, Age, corona ions from power lines.
Oh yeah.
And the CDC things.
Oh, the comics.
Yeah. Buy me a coffee, friggin' Amazon's first cashless store, like.
Oh, is that in London?
Yeah, the first UK one. Yeah, I don't know if it's opened yet, but they said it was opening this week.
Didn't Local Experiment go and film
I saw that thing on
there.
I saw that thing.
Nah, did he? I need to see that.
With Danny Shine, yeah.
What? Is that what one of his latest videos was? Let me have a look at that. No way.
It might have been his picture in his community tab or something.
I don't know. Mate, Local, if you're listening, if you haven't done that yet, you need to go do that.
Yeah, so Freedom Awaits sent me a comment last night.
Oh, a picture of it. Oh, see. Sorry. I'm only showing outside the new Amazon store in London. Oh, he has got a video. Video will be uploaded. Oh, great. I'd love to see Danny Shine talking shit outside Amazon. I bet they don't let any medical exemptions. I bet they just don't do it.
It's like them shops in China where you can just walk in, you scan your phone, and you've basically got the shop to yourself, and you can take whatever you want, and it just takes it. They know what you've taken.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll ever be like that? And there's no staff there.
They'll still have the odd staff member. You know, it'll be like when you go to I don't know, like a laundromat. Laundromat, that's an American term. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, they'll do that once they've turned everyone zombies with this.
Like they'll still have people like stocking the shelves and stuff, and there'll be a human there to be like, "Oh, are you retarded? This is how you use your phone on the thing." But yeah, and then eventually they'll phase those people out, and they'll find ways of stocking the shelves with like robots like that live behind the shelves.
So we're going to get to a point where you'd have robots making robots and robots repairing robots.
Yeah.
Will they even need like supermarkets though? They could just deliver it from distribution, couldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, there's some things that they've worked on like that, isn't it? I don't know if Amazon actually did it. It's like a little, I don't know. It's like the size of, like you know those like little Tykes cars you had as a kid, like the red and yellow ones. It's like the size of one of those, and it's like a driverless thing that just like goes about. It's for like inner city stuff, and it drives to outside your address. And then it like pings, and the little thing on top, just a door opens up, and then I assume you get a thing on your phone that telling you, oh, your shit's outside, and you scan a thing on it, and it goes, okay, here you go, and it opens up, and then you just take the bags out and take them inside, and it closes and fucks off again.
Have you heard about the 2045 singularity theory?
Yeah, I think it'll be before then.
Oh,
Yeah. Like that's still like 24 years away. So
Yeah, I mean, it was Time magazine that said 2045 quite a few years ago, and I think some people have said 2035.
yeah, I've uncovered that as well. Yeah, there's
more likely.
I know it was Hanson Robots who kind of started it up, wasn't it? Ben Gother, I can't say his name. Ben Gother or something.
Gotha?
Yeah, something like that.
Not
The
like
one who
Gotha, like the
designed-
Queen's name.
He designed Sophia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they've got loads of money in like being invested into them, so they can just keep researching and building loads of bots. And
I'm just excited for the super soldiers, the Boston Dynamics super soldiers on the streets. That'd be great.
Fuck.
How do we get them to stop building the bots?
We build our own bots and we go to war with them, like some kind of Terminator war. That's what we do.
How do you build a bot?
We need some
EMP
bots.
guns. That's what you need to design, don't you?
I don't know how to build a bot, but I know how to make a hormone. Do you know how to make a hormone?
Oh,
You
so I was
don't.
going to say we could go to Build a Bear or Build a Berg.
Bilderberg.
The Bilderberg workshop. Yeah, sorry, okay.
Oh, you don't pay her.
Huh? What? I missed that.
You know how to make a hormone.
No. Oh, right, okay, it's a joke. Oh, right, okay. I thought you were being like, oh, I was, with all your background in pharmacy and shit.
yeah, I knew what he was going. Well, I didn't know what he was going to, but I knew it was a joke.
I'm a bit slow on that sort of thing.
And then comes the bada-bum part.
Fucking hell, man. That's sexist.
How do you make a Venetian blind?
You pour acid in his face. I don't know.
Something like that.
Yeah, take your pick.
You cut his eyeballs out with I don't know. That's dark. Man,
That's dark, yeah. As it would be for him.
How many more jokes like that are there in English?
You speak Canadian though, so
I'm very limited. You'll have to speak slowly.
okay.
We got Rich in the house and Plain Steve in the house.
Oi, oi.
Big ups.
Where?
Rich? Who's rich?
Oh, now's the time.
Oh. Yeah, no.
Oh, right, yeah. Don't pay her. Yeah, okay. I get it.
Mad.
That's good.
Hey, Jamie, how do you make a hormone?
Oh, yeah, you've already said this one.
What are you on about, man? Have you got another punchline for us, man?
No, I just see how it sounds. Coming from Jamie.
Ask her for a discount code. Do you accept Groupon?
Have you got any jokes?
Can I scan you with my phone?
9 out of 11 people don't believe the official story of what happened to the World Trade Center.
Well, it's like that one. The 7-Eleven was a part-time job.
Yeah, no, that's an inside joke. You get it? It's an inside joke.
Yeah, if that were true. If that would be true.
I stole that from some comedian, and I tried looking at all the rest of his content, and that was the only sort of conspiratorial joke he had done, which really disappointed me. It's so hard to find, like, don't know what you'd call it, conspiratorial comedy.
Truth comedy.
Yeah, that's probably better. Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned Joy Camp before a few times, but they don't make content anymore. But everyone should look at their stuff. That's quite funny.
That's censorship right in our faces, man.
Yeah.
Do you watch George Carlin? Yeah. Did you see the one where it was talking about like about like is it germs?
Maybe.
Saying like how that we need germs to like give our immune system something to work off.
What's the punchline?
Well, it was a lot of it was kind of a lot of the stuff he was saying wasn't really kind of jokes. Really, it didn't like sometimes it was funny. He had kind of bits of punchlines, but it was it was yeah. But you have to watch it. You have to. Like he does like sort of routines of different topics. Because he does that stuff about it's a big club and you went in it, and
yeah. Sometimes I wonder if he was in the club, to be honest.
Well, yeah, probably Mason or something.
Yeah, I think you have to wonder if George Carlin was in the club. I really do. Hate to say it. I just don't think you can get emotional or get attached to people that are on primetime television.
What, you're not telling me that Princess Diana was in on it, are you?
Owen, I hate to tell you this, but yeah, yeah. I think she's, or the actress who plays her, is still alive somewhere on some private island golfing with Weinstein.
On Epstein Island or something.
A team of lawyers and accountants and just Epstein, the gang.
Prince, Tupac.
We'll just hang it out.
MJ.
Exactly. Now we're talking, right? The world.
None of them want to go near MJ.
Well, when you listen to that song that Billie Jean, it's like, I mean, that song's like screams of pedophilia, doesn't it? When you listen to the lyrics of it, saying she's just a girl or something like. So I don't know. I guess it depends how you kind of interpret it.
There was that the Doors song that I talked about like a month ago. Someone helped me find which one I was on about, and I've forgotten which one I was on about now. And he keeps talking about little girls and stuff. And then obviously there's Oingo Boingo as well. If you don't know Oingo Boingo, look up Oingo Boingo.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. It's like a
frontman Danny Elfman, the guy who made the entire Nightmare Before Christmas soundtrack and the theme song to The Simpsons.
Yeah, they're like a ska or something, like kind of.
Dunno.
Yeah, like sort of Madness or something, isn't it?
Oh,
Is that,
yeah.
yeah, kind of style.
Yeah, I mean, he made like the soundtracks to like 1 billion films. He's like probably the most published composer in like modern media. But then he also made a song.
Boingo sounds like a kid's party music or something.
Yeah, but he also made a song called Little Girls.
Yeah, that really creepy stuff.
The Alabama song says Privet. Is it you who reminded me last time? I'm not gonna look it up again now. Get too deep into that stuff. I'm not.
Why is it called Privet? Is it because it's there's a frog or something? Privet. They're turning the friggin' frogs gay.
I think it's short for private. Or he took
Yeah,
the
like,
ear off.
It's not very short for it.
Yeah.
Well, he won't tell us what. They won't tell us what. Yeah, get it? Private. They won't.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice one, Steve.
What's the chat saying?
I'm wearing my 1984 t-shirt today. One that says, "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." Got it from a charity shop.
Double speak.
Imagine finding that in a charity shop, £3. I was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's a work of art.
Need more clothes that sort of put that kind of energy out in the world. I ordered a t-shirt. Actually, I found this company called what are they fucking called? Freedom Clothes, maybe? No, it wasn't Freedom Clothes. I was talking about it the other day. And they've got loads of like conspiratorial t-shirts. They've got a collection called the Red Pill Collection. And I've ordered this t-shirt that says like false flags and something on it. And it's got a picture of like the Twin Towers on it, and they got faces, and they're like happy, like a kid's show or something, like a kid's cartoon, and they're holding hands, and there's like a little coronavirus in the bottom corner, like waving. It's so good.
Uncle COVID. Remember that?
Cool.
You've probably seen that, okay, because there's a Canadian advertisement, Christmas one, that nobody loves Christmas more than Uncle COVID.
I missed that one. Sorry.
It was on Canadian TV or something, but I guess if you don't watch TV, because it was something that Hugo Talks was sharing.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't watch Canadian TV. I'm subscribed to Hugo Talks, but I haven't been watching any videos really.
No, I haven't watched many of his now. I watched a lot of them before. I do like what he covers, but he covers a lot of mainstream stuff, which is necessary.
Yeah, well, he was questioning whether he could be like a agent.
He did come out of nowhere and get very famous very quickly.
Yeah, that's it. There's a few like that, isn't there? That.
Yeah, it's called Forbidden Clothes. Yeah, look at this T-shirt. Isn't it stupid? So great. False flags and psyops. I should have bought the black one. Like the black t-shirt looks better, but I bought the white t-shirt just so I can wear it in the summer.
I hate those. Is it Obey? That range.
Yeah.
Oh, it does my head in when I see kids wearing that.
Shepherd Fairy, who designed that.
Yeah, when kids wear Obey baseball caps, it kind of angers up my blood. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, it's just. Ugh.
It's I mean, it just borrows its theme from They Live, the film, really. That's where the Obey thing comes from. And then they just turned it into a brand.
Yeah.
Never thought of that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I see a lot of people wearing like clothing that says NWO on it.
Really?
Have you not seen those? Like the
You mean
like
the wrestling?
stuff with NWO.
You mean like the wrestling team?
That's NWA, isn't it?
No,
NWO.
no. That's a hip hop thing, and I'm not going to say what it stands for. But
No.
NWO. NWO was a WWE wrestling. Yeah, like a wrestling team from the 90s, 2000s, and it stood for New World Order as well. But yeah, it was just wrestling because I don't know. It's predictive programming, isn't it?
Vince McMahon.
Well, it must be.
Was it?
He's a dodgy character.
Is he? Oh wait, he's like the head of WWE, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Or director or something.
Yeah. I like the memes of the silly faces he pulls. Those are good.
Oh, a few years ago, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, ah! Yeah, that they got loads of good t-shirts, that other one. Like they got one that just says like, well, I don't know. I mean, I like this, but I don't really like wearing clothes that with like gross things on them. But like this one there that just says like Tell Thy Vision. With a little TV sat in a toilet with a little all-seeing eye on it.
There's that. Have you heard of Chris Dyer? Is it Chris Dyer?
No.
He does them really weird like art. It's pretty cool.
Chris Dyer.
Get one up quick. He's got his own sort of style.
Yeah. They got a Project Bluebeam t-shirt as well, which is kind of cool. Just literally Project Bluebeam on it, and it's like a. Yeah, they got some good artists doing this. Good Citizen. Yeah, and they're pretty cheap as well. Shipped to the UK, it was like £22 to get it shipped to the UK from Spain. So. Oh wow!
Well, I'm gonna have to go now, but thank you for letting me on.
No, that's all good. Thanks for coming, Jamie.
Yeah.
Nice to see you,
Yeah.
All right. Take care, everyone. I'll be in chat.
All right, cool.
All right. See you later.
Sam, man.
See you later. Nice one.
Bye.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah. That stuff you just brought up then looked like it's. I don't think it's the same artist, but whoever did all the artwork for Tool, Tool, the artist, like the musician band.
No, maybe. I know he has done work for artists, like music artists.
Could be then. It's like all that sort of. Like, I don't know, it's kind of like ayahuasca or DMT art. Yeah, where you got like multiple faces on the head and all of that stuff.
If you've got a UV light, it lights up at night time, or with the UV light, doesn't it? You can get them posters as well.
Oh, mate, that'd be trippy.
Yeah.
So I've never even done a proper psychedelic drug.
Mushrooms, I did them. Oh, good.
Yeah, I got some waiting around. I haven't got them. I've got a friend who's got some that like waiting to.
Instead.
Oh, no, actually, no, sorry, no, it's acid he's got. But I wanted to do mushrooms first, you know,
Yeah.
like warm up a bit to it. I'd rather do like a natural variation before I just jump into the full-on CIA created drugs like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You seen Pineapple Express?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good film.
Yeah, like that delves into some of it, doesn't it? About the government making psychoactive drugs to, like, you know, create the Age of Aquarius and all of that.
I watched that years ago. It's a quality film though. Where it's that guy, or they try and get that strain, don't they?
Yeah.
The Pineapple Express strain. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good film.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in years. I might be watching Children of Men tomorrow with my mate, actually.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
I love that film. Yeah, it's so dark, and it's obviously just like full on predictive programming. I think I covered it in my first stream, and like the artwork for it is just like all seeing eyes and all that stuff. And you know, it's set 6 years from now, and it's about a world where everyone's sterile and no children exist anymore. It's like in the year 2027, after the last child has turned 18, and there are no children left on Earth. But the film itself is so well made, like the cinematography, and it's just impeccable. So it's worth watching anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I always like to watch films for the quality and the music as well, like the soundtrack as well.
Yeah.
It's always good to look out for.
Yeah. I wanted to do like a watch party of it, but there's no way I could do that online, so there's not really. I'd have to do it. Don't even know, just in StreamYard, like privately or something. So
yeah,
and then my computer wouldn't be able to handle streaming it, you know, properly anyway, unless everyone wants to watch a film with like 2 frames a second.
Yeah, be like pirate.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen what's it called? Idiocracy.
Yeah. It's a shit film, but it's really good. Like it's a B movie, really. Yeah. Like They Live.
I've only seen clips of it through YouTube videos, and enough to know it's kind of funny, but
it's got a poor storyline, hasn't it? Really, but
it's very crass. But there's some funny bits in it where, you know, like when I don't know what year that it's set in, but like they stop feeding all the plants water because they're so dumb, and they just feed all of the plants what's essentially Gatorade. You know?
It's got electrolytes.
Yeah, good. Like it's got what plants crave. What do plants need? Electrolytes, because it's got what they crave.
But it's on point, man. It's all about the branding of society.
Yeah, I mean, there's that other scene in it which is really apt, where like at the beginning he has to go get his sort of like citizen tattoo, and they shove his arm in the machine. And he like whirs and stamps his digital ID on him.
What was his name again? I forgot.
They call him No Name because the machine asks. Yeah, the machine asks like, "What is your name?" or something. I don't know what he says, but yeah, then he gets called No Name. Is it No Name? Or no, not No Name. He gets called like not that. I don't know, something else.
Wow. Okay. Would have been better.
You should watch it.
Would have been better if it was No Name.
No, I was getting confused with No Name on our streams recently. Not her.
No. I don't get wrestling. I don't get wrestling. Well, it's entertainment, I suppose.
Yeah, that's why they changed it. Well, it's not why they changed it from WWF to WWE, but it makes sense. They changed it because the bloody World Wildlife Foundation sued them, I think.
After 20 years, though.
Yeah,
Bit weird.
weird.
That's a dodgy organization in itself.
Yeah, so
Should
maybe it was
have a
just
look
planned.
into that with not Prince Charles. What's his dad called? The Queen's husband. I forget his name.
Oh,
but
Philip.
yeah, he was involved in killing loads of animals and then trying to help set up the Worldwide Fund of. Yes, there's some dodgy story about that. I can't remember. It was years ago. I looked into it, but yeah, it's another dodgy.
There's always something dodgy with these people.
Yeah.
And organizations. Yeah.
Yeah, like they skirt the line between, you know, like if they say like they're a philanthropist or like a environmentalist, and that's so they can get into the, you know, get into the place where they need to do the thing, and they get all the pies, and it just allows them to do the nefarious thing that they've been planning to do all along. Yeah,
All the world's a stage.
and the people are merely players.
We're
I don't think
just
that's quite how it goes.
we're just the audience in Plato's cave,
Yeah.
watching a projection, watching an illusion, and still, you know, still susceptible to that illusion, even at a distance.
Mm. Yeah, you should watch that Joy Camp video that I mentioned, Allegory of the Cove.
I should do a lot of things.
Yeah. No, it's quite good though. It's, I don't know, it's like a bit of a breath of fresh air because it's kind of like a comedy. It's kind of dark, but it's kind of uplifting at the same time. It's just very, I don't know, it's nice to see something that, I don't know, it makes you think, but it's also very relatable for us. So, like a short film, only about 6 minutes long.
Joy to camp?
Joy Camp.
Joy camp.
Joy Camp, yeah, one word, Joy Camp. Like, you know, like a concentration camp full of joy. Like the world.
Open prison.
Yeah, or like, you know, like what they wanted Disneyland to be. Disney World. Have you seen all that stuff about the history of that? Like how they were planning on Disney World, like how Walt Disney wanted Disney World to be like this sort of, I don't know, it was like planned as a kind of prototype utopian society.
It's still there, isn't it? Like they sort of half built the island, didn't they?
I know they built like a village, like a settlement area, and then I think in the 80s they gave it back to the United States, and it's actually a place you can just live now. It's just a part of the United States, but it was built by Disney themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they also had a hand in developing various, like, what would you call them? What are those things at airports that like shuttles on rails? Yeah.
Monorail.
Yeah, like people movement systems like monorails and stuff, but like smaller than trains. Disney had a big hand in the early development of that as a technology for their utopian society / Disney World that they were building. And some of them, some of them are actually still in operation today, and they use that technology and they sold it to other people. And there's still a few places in the world that actually use Disney built friggin' people movers. It's quite weird. There's a couple of videos on YouTube of people like going and visiting them and using them. Like just a little box, like half the size of a room, really. Like really small, only fits like 6 to 8 people in it.
Mad.
Yeah, really weird how that's a whole thing. Proper interesting subject.
Well,
There's a bit conspiracy that it's kind of linked to the Nazis, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know much about that, but what Walt Disney being a Freemason and the whole, I don't know. I actually know more about that Walt Disney Nazi thing through popular media making fun of it in things like Family Guy than anything else. Like there's that joke in Family Guy where they unfreeze Walt Disney because he's cryogenically frozen, which is another one of the theories. And they unfreeze him, and he comes out and he goes, "Are the Jews dead yet?" And they say no, and he's like, put me back in.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
How come that's not all over YouTube?
Well, it's copyright.
Okay.
It's a Family Guy episode.
Okay. That is amazing.
Yeah.
So what does anybody know the story about Disney and the connection with the Nazi regime?
No.
No, I've just heard it a few times in talk, I suppose. I haven't really looked into it.
Okay. Well, I mean, my favorite is still the Ford Motor Company of the United States of America in the 50s suing the American government for bombing their tank factories in Nazi Germany during World War II and winning.
Wow.
Winning.
And hiding the evidence from the American people, I suppose.
Well, not talking. Nobody, not like the media during the war was saying, oops, we bombed one of the Ford's tank factories in Berlin. Sorry about that, Mr. Ford.
It's like those like Nazi Coke adverts, or like the racist Coke adverts. Do you see that thing? It was bigger in the US. There wasn't really anything about it here, but Coca-Cola had a thing. It was in the US media, but in some, might have been in like South America, they had like an internal training program where they were telling people to be less white. Like genuinely, it was part of their training, new like sort of training program for new employees. And then it got juxtaposed by other people who researched it with a really old, really racist Coca-Cola advert that talks about, well, I'm not going to say the words, but yeah, it had a black guy trying to get something out of a tree, and they used derogatory terms to describe him in this Coca-Cola advert. And now they're telling everyone to be less white. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's virtue signaling.
And they're now labeling companies that are black owned. That I'll try and find this picture that I found today.
It's such a dubious topic to talk about. It's like the ultimate walking on eggshells.
Yeah. I mean, I believe black people should, they should prosper. They should be given the opportunity to prosper more, but I don't believe in segregation.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it's sort of by what they're doing here and trying to I don't know. It's kind of the same with like the transgender narrative as well, by trying to equalize everything and recognize every demographic. At the same time, they're giving too much attention, too much, I don't know. They're doing it in entirely the wrong way, and it's creating over labeling and segregation, which is, it's the exact opposite. It's just like with the environmental thing. They say we're going to go help and do this, but actually they're doing the opposite.
What people don't understand is that sign that you showed, Age, was a racist sign. It gave a price. And so a sign, an advertisement is essentially it's a contract. Actually, it's a take it or leave it offer, and so it gives a price, and then it says black owned. That's racist. It's enticing the offeree, the person to whom the offer is being made, to make a decision based on the perceived ownership by race of the product being offered.
And if you don't buy that product, people will be looking at you like, oh, he's not buying the black-owned product. He's specifically going out of his way to buy the white product.
Exactly.
So racist.
I'm making a presumption, and this could be because I'm white, but it's probably in a black area, right? I would think that marketplace would be in a black area.
Well, Biden was doing the similar thing as well, with giving businesses money due to the pandemic, but like giving more to black-owned businesses and women-owned businesses. And it's like, yeah, you should recognize them, but not put them ahead. It's just like feminism as well. You recognize it, but what you're actually doing is the opposite of what you say you're doing. You're overstepping the mark and putting something on a pedestal. Just like bloody, you've seen that like decade-old Morgan Freeman quote where he said, "You want to solve racism? Stop talking about it."
Yeah, no, I do not disagree with that at all.
Yeah,
that's exactly the root of the problem. Racism is fueled by our mainstream media and governments, and there's absolutely no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's the same with the trans narrative, which is, stop labeling people. I can be whatever I want to be, but I'm actually a demisexual, autistic, this, that, whatever, from this country, of this nation, and of this ethnicity. And it's like, well, I don't know, can't we all just be people?
Yeah. Living beings.
Yeah.
Separating us, isn't it?
Yeah, pigeonholing. And then also, like Biden said, what did he say? He said, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's one of the most racist things I've ever fucking heard.
That's not what I heard. I heard, here's the deal.
here's the slap, Jack. He didn't even say that. He might as well have done.
No, here's the deal. Here's the deal. No, here's the deal.
Have you seen that video of him like grabbing that guy's like lapels in a really like passive aggressive way and like punching him a little bit? Because the guy was asking him hard questions and he was like, come on, man. He like punches him in the shoulder and then he gets up real close to him and he's like, man, like he's like talking to him like real in his face and he's like holding the guy's fucking jacket like this as he's doing it.
There are so many videos of Joe Biden acting unhuman-like that the world should see.
Did you see? I think it was posted by. Oh, who was that guy you recommended to me the other day? What's his name? All the little short videos that he does, and he posts like plenty of them every day. Can't remember. Be my latest subs.
Jeez, man, that sounds like a skill testing question.
Is it Carl Vernon? Yeah, I think it was Carl Vernon.
Oh, I saw his new vid today.
Yeah, he posts a few like every day. Yeah, he did one. Yeah, it's just called 45th with a question mark. And Biden's on stage at the 2021 Issues Conference, whatever that means. And Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, and also, what is she now? Like the Environment Secretary or something? She was like, I would like to... She was talking to him, and then she referred to him as the 45th president of the United States when he's the 46th president of the United States, as if to say Trump wasn't the president.
They're trying to get rid of him in history or write out history.
Yeah, essentially.
Well, I wouldn't really object to that one.
I don't know. I like him a lot more than Biden.
Well,
but, if you have to choose one turd over another, it's South Park, isn't it? A giant douche versus a turd sandwich. Who do you vote for?
Let's get rid of both of them.
Or Futurama, where they had to vote between Jack Johnson and John Jackson.
Oh yeah. And didn't Nixon end up winning it anyway?
Yeah. And he gets like the giant robot body. He's like, I'm back, bitches.
President Nixon.
I am not a crook.
It's only a matter of time before they bring Futurama back. Again, like the third time.
Do you not? Have you not seen Disenchantment? That's their like third one that they've done. It's all right.
I haven't watched
not
season
good.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was like the closest thing to Futurama since Futurama. Like in its like style of sort of absurdist comedy, but yeah, the symbolism in that show as well. The little like demon thing with the one eye.
Yeah, and the alien language.
And I think there's a like a Freemasonic cult in it as well. They all walk around in robes.
Possibly, I can't remember.
Yeah, don't know. I screenshot some stuff from it.
Is this Hermeticism and Christianity, or is this some other form of Gnosticism?
What do you mean?
Oh, you were talking about robe wearing.
Oh, right, yeah. Disenchantment. Yeah, disenchantment. Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yeah.
When it opens up, it was a bit shit. Don't want to derail everything.
Holy crap. I just realized these chocolate squares, these chocolate THC squares are 500 milligrams, not 250. I took two before I came on.
Oh, mate.
No wonder, man. Oh, my gosh. It's an all-seeing.
Eating it does get you more wrecked, I swear.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why when the little demon thing comes out of the box for the first time, and it's just an eye, and then he comes out and it's like a demony thing, and yeah, I'll just skim through these. Yeah, like look that there, like it's literally it's a fucking Masonic garb. It's also it's also the old Gmail logo. Yeah. If people don't know that one, Gmail, as in the G from Freemasonry, God, geometry, and the grand architect of the universe, Gmail, and that's why the Masonic M shape is the Gmail logo. Yeah, like it's got all the same tropes. Like they have to. Here they are. They're standing on the precipice, like the first. Tarot card, the Fool. The Fool stands on the precipice at the beginning of his journey. The Fool and his dog, and he stands on the precipice. And then what do we have here? The mountain, the peak of the mountain, symbolizing enlightenment. Here they are, the Fool on the precipice, looking towards enlightenment. From season 1, episode 1.
And they don't. Like Matt Groening, that he doesn't just design any old shit just for the sake of it. They actually do like spend time on the backgrounds and
Yeah.
aesthetics and stuff.
Yeah.
They go out of their way, like, to do things that only certain people would, like us, would see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Eye of Horus on that bag there.
Yeah. And what's the X on the little munchkin thing?
Oh. Oh, yeah.
What is that?
And yeah, like the key, the key to the mysteries. And this is exactly like the symbol in there's a Rick and Morty episode. I don't know if you've seen it, Age. Maybe you have, with the giant heads in the sky. And they create like a cult around them. And they all wear robes and stuff, and they have a symbol exactly like this, because it's the same. When you're taking like occult philosophies and turning them into pop culture memes, there's only so many ways to do it, so they always end up kind of similar.
No, I can't remember that one.
The pyramid.
Yeah.
It's so much like the Stonecutters as well, though, isn't it? On Simpsons.
Yeah.
Similar.
Yeah, they are having a bloody, ritualistic orgy thing with the what do you call those? Like Venetian masks. This guy's got a third eye. Don't know. I haven't looked through these in ages. Oh right, they're having a thing, and then look, he does the thing with his hands as well.
The diamond.
Some of these I save because of like the quotes that they say. Welcome back to your castle, father, where nothing unusual occurred. And then the guy with the third eye under his hat says, certainly no religious sex magic rituals. Yeah, the Omnicon. Simultaneously abridged and unabridged using magic. What? And there's the symbol for chaos magic in this book as well. And the dove of peace, which has been slaughtered, just like in Aleister Crowley's symbol for the Ordo Templi Orientis, which has a dove of peace falling to earth. Yeah. That's all I've got from Disenchantment, anyway.
Whoops. Sorry.
No, I did that.
Okay.
I just figured out the Joy Camp was Benny Wells.
Yeah, I said that. But he doesn't do it now because the other people are on the other side of the states. So he's moved on to memes and whatever else he's doing. He's doing like a, I don't know, kind of like a betterment course of some kind.
Self-improvement.
Kind of. He gets people to do like speeches and, like empower themselves in this crazy time.
Confidence building.
Kind of. I don't know. I did a course like that at college that they chucked into our course called ESB, I think English Speaking Board, and we had to do like speeches and stuff to like, I don't know, improve our ability to exist as humans.
There you go. That's exactly why it was done.
I feel like a much improved human being.
Yeah, you wonder what the motivation is for these things. I suppose they say it is our number one public, or our number one fear.
What, public speaking?
Yes, sorry. You'll have to fill in the gaps for me.
You need to do more live streams, mate.
How do you make a hormone, mate? Yeah, 500 milligrams each. Who knew? So So, anyways,
Anyway,
no, but the thing is, no, but let me put it to you this way. No, but here's the deal.
here's the deal, man. Here's the crack, Jack.
Yeah, so the good thing about Canada right now is they're actually blessing us with mild temperatures, like +4 degrees, and the snow is melting. Like it's half gone now, half gone. You can see where the grass is going to come in. It's kind of cool.
I thought you was just about to say they're blessing us with cannabis or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, really? I'm moving over there.
Cannabis, Canada. I mean,
Well, they already bless us with cannabis. They made it legal. They made it so you can actually walk down the sidewalk and smoke a blunt. Hard to believe, but I've seen it happen.
are you allowed to grow it?
Yes, you are allowed to grow it. Don't ask me the details, though.
You don't know how much you're allowed to grow for personal use.
Don't know the details, but I imagine it's fine because a lot of people are doing it.
Are you? What was I going to ask? I just read something else and it went out of my head.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Oh, do you know if much about if there's still a black market for it there? Then
I think the black market is pretty much gone. Bye.
really, it's cheaper than it was beforehand. Then,
Like
how much does it cost?
it is about from a legal dealer, $95 a pound.
A pound?
What?
Sorry,
An ounce.
An ounce.
I'm sorry. They were 1,000 milligrams each.
Fuck.
An ounce, yeah, 28 grams, give or take.
90, and what's that? Not in Monopoly money. Like 60 quid, maybe less.
Exactly. Thank you. 60 quid. Yeah. So what is it there?
I mean, 60 quid will get you a cube.
A quarter.
Yeah. If you buy that much, I mean, if you buy an ounce as it is, then you could get it for like 180, 200.
Wow. Okay. So you can't just go online and get it through a legal dealer and have it delivered to your place, your flat.
I mean, everything you just said except the legal part, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I got a friend who's used the dark web for it. Yeah.
Dark mixers, whatever they're called.
It's really easy. Well, it's not. Setting it up is a pain in the ass. I don't know how to do it, but he did some research into it and bought some bitcoins, and you got to put the bitcoins into the website's wallet system.
Yeah.
Mixer.
And it's like washing money, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have to set that up, and then you have to connect your Bitcoin wallet to the dark web site, and yeah, and then once it's set up, yeah, it's easy. You just press go, and it comes to your house, and it's like 2 days.
Yeah, man.
You get everything else as well that isn't legal in Canada.
Someone I know, he delivers it around the country in just sealed bags, or he just posts it in the Royal Mail.
Yeah, it's really popular for doing that. I mean, yeah, that's what the dark web is. I mean, the Royal Mail is like the largest drug dealer in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yet we've still got bloody police forces going out there. I saw a tweet on one of the local constabularies Twitter feeds like 2 days ago saying it said like, in case your dealer isn't messaging back tonight, it's because we have his phone and 3 ounces of weed that he had as well. It's like, why are you like fronting about this in the year 2021? Like, they're just being cunts about it purposefully, just for like, I don't know, just because people will share it and go, oh, I hate this. You know, no such thing as bad press.
To them, isn't it? Suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember like maybe I don't know, 5 to 8 years ago, a lot of the police constabularies made public statements saying that they weren't going to go after individual cannabis users or even small-time dealers anymore. I think it started with Durham, maybe, and then like a few others joined in, and then West Mercia joined in, and quite a few. I mean, they still, like, if you do it on the street, then they'll still nab you for it, but yeah, they don't go out of their way to catch like small-time dealers anymore.
That's what they tell you. That's what the news media tells you. You media consumer, you.
I haven't been consuming enough media or enough 1,000 milligram fucking THC, whatever you've got there, chocolates.
Holy crap! No, it says they're 2,500 milligrams.
Fucking ass.
And 36% THC.
You did say it was really high, didn't you, before? That's not a pun.
Does it definitely numb the pain?
I'm reading the weed can now. I decided to go back on it. Like right now, I am virtually pain-free, which is very rare for me, and I'm very grateful for that. So that's a good thing. But
has it been a while?
Yeah, it has been. It's been too long. I mean, I do stuff like I have a traction thing for my neck, and I do exercises. I do what I can, but I got a chronic pain condition. There's quite a few people in our group who have chronic pain, and it's good to know that there are people who understand it. It's something you have to learn to live with, and you kind of get used to it, but you don't at the same time.
Yeah, I need to get my mum high. She's always whinging about it. And I've said before, the time when she accidentally got high, and I had a spliff at hers many years ago and didn't open the window. She had the best night's sleep she'd had in decades. She slept for 8 hours non-stop. Yeah. She was like, I just need to go to bed. I was like, okay, cool. And I sort of like helped her to bed because her legs were a bit wobbly.
Yeah. And it's not legal for medical use over there, but something like a chocolate chip cookie or just a milk chocolate bar piece. It works so much better, I find, even than smoking sometimes.
But that's just pure THC though, isn't it? There's no CBD.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that for your mother. I would recommend mix, like half and half to start with.
Why are you not using CBD then? Because surely CBD is more for pain than THC.
Well, that's what they tell you, but it varies from person to person. And I tried CBD, tried it in low doses, medium doses, high doses. It just doesn't do anything.
I've smoked CBD only weed, which I think is legal here. You can purchase it online.
Oh yeah,
because it's THC, the psychoactive component, that's the illegal element.
Yep.
And I smoked it, and I got a little bit of the eye fade, like the baggy sort of puffy eye feeling, but yeah, it's the THC that actually makes you feel high. And that's the bit that sort of takes you out of that mind space and allows you to, I guess, forget about the pain as well.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I smoked it. I took it orally. I tried the full range doses, and
About oil.
I suffered it because of it. And I tried it mixed with THC, and I tried just THC, and THC clamps down on the pain for me. So it's a matter of statistics. Like THC does kill pain for a certain. I forget the stats now. For a certain percentage of the population, CBD does for others. A mixture does for others. It just depends on what part of the spectrum you fall on. And for me, it's just high THC and no CBD. That's the best. But I just haven't used it for a while, and I got hit with a high dose there. A dispensing error, actually, is what it was. And yeah, but it's good to be pain free, and I'm grateful.
Must be a good dose then.
It's a hefty dose, yeah. Might even help me sleep tonight too, hopefully.
After a few more.
Well, yeah, because if I can get to bed pain free, then I might not wake up in pain. That's the hope. But
Yeah. Have you tried oil?
Yeah, I used that for 2 years, and I find the chocolate edibles just work better. For a lot of reasons. I won't bore you with the details, but the edibles, chocolate edibles, work
The
better.
same feeling though.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much the same result, but just for dosage reasons, the edibles seem to have a quicker effect and a more of a peak effect.
I made brownies once.
And it was a good experience.
Well, I made can of butter, and then I made brownies with it. But I wanted to. I made the butter, and it came out this beautiful color. And then I was like, I want to add more weed to it, but and so I put it back on the hob, and I didn't add any more water to it, and so the temperature got too high. And then I got too high because I was leaning over the pot, and all of the THC was just like going up wherever. And I was smoking copious amounts at the same time as well. And it was still in there when I made the brownies, but yeah, nowhere near as potent as it should have been. I just cooked all the THC out of it.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I had some of the first batch of can of butter on toast. Wouldn't really recommend it. It doesn't taste that great on its own. Kind of gross.
Garlic bread's nice, like weed garlic bread. It's all right with herbs.
Yeah, I suppose the garlic would cover it up. Just on its own, on toast, it just tasted like toast with like grass clippings on it.
Yeah.
My mum, she makes like this pecan pie. Oh my god, it's amazing with weed in it.
Nah.
I wish. Yeah, I'm not that great at baking, but fucking hell, I wish I could bake something like that. It's proper.
If you just have it in bread, that would be nice. Every time you just have a sandwich.
That really sounds amazing, because my mom used to bake pecan pie too. And
pecan pie.
I say pecan. You say,
pecan.
You know.
No, it's from like Star Trek: The Next Generation, I think.
Oh yeah.
Like Picard says it. Yeah, pecan pie.
Well, that's pecan pie.
I don't know why that came to mind.
I think this goes back to when my mom used to take us on trips down south, and we went to as far as south as Savannah, Georgia. I've never been to Florida. And so the pecan industry is big down there. And I think we asked Georgians, like, how do you say pecan or pecan or pecan? Pecan pie? I decided it's pecan. However I say it. whenever I say it.
Tomato, tomato.
There you go.
Yeah, I haven't eaten like edibles for ages, years, a couple of years.
For a nice piece of pecan or pecan pie right now, and having that give you like no pain and a bit of a buzz like hours later.
And
Jeez.
ice cream, pecan and ice cream.
It's like pecan pie with a reward.
I wanted one of those, not like a volcano vape, but there was a company. I assume they must be fairly commonplace now, because when I looked at it, it was like it was a Kickstarter campaign for like a vape pen, but it had rather than putting THC juice or anything in it, it had a little heated element section. You'd open it up and you could just put whole nugs in there. And then you do it up, and it like vaporized the the THC in the nug, and then afterwards you could take the nug out and you could smoke the rest of it or whatever if you wanted to as well. It was called the Grasshopper vape. It was really cool. It was like if Apple made a cannabis vape pen. Fucking cool. It was like it's like aluminium unibody thing. Amazing.
And it just burns the THC out. That's weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, it had like a heated element, but it didn't directly touch the bud itself, so it just created like a hot chamber that it went to exactly the right temperature, and just like any vaporizer really, but like in a handheld form. So instead of having to buy fucking juices and all that other stuff, you just buy weed and you just go out and stick it in there, and I'm not sure about vaping anyway, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of it. Not as big a fan of it.
Pure weed, maybe, but that's really expensive. Like if you're pure THC or whatever, you're talking like 50 quid a day or something.
Oh, I mean, I don't mean like
the vapes.
Like,
you mean vape pens, sort of.
No, I mean, like not the liquid. I thought you were also then talking about like rosin. Like dabs and that.
Yeah.
Well, that's expensive.
Yeah, it's really expensive.
Big in the US now, though. Probably big in Canada as well, I guess. Just because it costs so much money.
Yeah.
If you did it here, God, it would cost so much. Have you seen like when people do cannabis oil treatments, like they do whole treatment regimes for like cancer treatment, and the amount it costs, it's like $3,000 a month or something.
Wow.
Oh, so these you're talking about concentrates then? So,
yeah.
Okay. I haven't really looked into those. Can you give me a name of one of them?
It's cannabis concentrate. I mean, it's also called rosin. I don't know if that's exactly the same thing.
That's a concentrate, yeah.
Yeah.
I should just bring up my. Oh well.
Do you do you go to a shop and get it, or is it like a prescribed thing over a counter then?
Now you can go to a shop and you can get it just by delivery over the internet.
When the lockdown's not currently going, can you just walk into a shop and walk out with weed?
Yeah. It's an essential service.
So even now you can just walk into a shop and walk out with weed?
Yes. Yeah.
And do they do concentrates and edibles and things there as well?
Yeah, I haven't. I'm pretty sure. I didn't really take a super thorough look the last time I was in. I've only been in one once.
You're just getting it delivered then?
I'm just getting it delivered, yeah.
Oh, you should go in there and talk to someone.
Yeah, I should. I'll have a pecan sometime, for sure.
A pecan.
Pecan.
I'll have one of those too. Yeah. I'll see if they sell it in pecan pie form.
Yeah, I hope one day we get cafes and stuff. Be cool.
Yeah, we will. Although I think maybe, I don't know, not to be that guy, but I think by the time we get it, it might require some kind of digital ID. Even if it doesn't require a vaccine, it would require. It was something I was going to talk about on my next stream. The the Gov UK website has got like a. They opened it up on February 11th, and it ends for discussion. You can talk to them. You can submit your feelings on it. Not that it's going to do anything, but you can submit your feelings on it until tomorrow. On digital identity framework that they've got in the planning stages, but not told us openly that it's happening. But they are planning that.
No kidding, eh? Wow.
Tony Blair, he's one of the main people behind it, I think.
Really?
He's always been going on about ID, getting IDs for everyone.
It's ID 2020, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here it is. It's a bit late though. Missed it by a year.
So we're already ID'd now?
No, not yet. Yeah, the the UK Digital Identity and Attributes Trust Framework on the Gov UK website. The government is inviting feedback on new requirements for organisations wanting to provide or consume digital identity products and services. Digital identities are an easy way to help us prove who we are without the need for physical documents. They can also help us prove things about us, such as our age or our qualifications. This document sets out the government's vision for the rules governing the future use of digital identities. It's part of the government's wider plan to make it quicker and easier for people to verify themselves using modern technology. The aim is to create a process as trusted as using passports or bank statements. And then, yeah.
They're quite big in that, aren't they? The
Zuckerberg's? Oh, like him and his wife or whatever.
Yeah, they've invested a lot into that ID 2020 and ID SEC, SEQ.
Oh, I don't even know that one.
I think they're heavily invested in anal swabs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, in the workplace and at home and in the bedroom.
For our safety, of course.
Him and his wife's safety. Yeah, you can click through that page to the actual policy paper itself, and it is long as fuck. And it's got a picture of this gimpy twat on it as well. Doesn't he look like a he looks like an infantile egg.
Infantile egg. Yep.
Yeah. Oh man. I think you could have sorted his hair for it, don't you? Yeah, it's a bloody long ass document. It's there's a lot.
Whoa.
I'm still looking at trying to get a refund for Boomtown Festival as well. I phoned up the ticket sellers today and they said, no, it's not our policy, it'll be with Boomtown. And so now I've looked into it and it turns out that Boomtown actually do have something in their policy about COVID and testing, despite there being nothing official, even when the tickets were released in October. Yeah, it says like, do not attend the festival if you've tested positive with symptoms, blah, blah, blah. But then it's got a little little extra underneath that says, note that where there is a conflict between any of the provisions in this paragraph and any updated government guidelines, the updated government guidelines will apply. Follow all guidelines and or entry requirements notified by us to you, and which will apply to your attendance at the festival. This may include testing on entry or prior to attending the festival. We may be required to amend our guidelines before or during the festival and ask that you comply with any of the updated guidelines notified to you. You may be required to download and use the government's official COVID-19 tracing app or provide your contact details to a member of staff as directed. Yeah. And you must notify us if you test positive for COVID-19 after attending the festival so that we can notify attendees who may have come into contact with you. All 65,999 of them.
Fuck off.
Like, because they're going to fucking know, aren't they? It's a festival. Like, oh, yeah. Yeah, that guy.
No one's
That
going
guy.
to care, really, I don't think. Everyone just wants to have a party, don't they?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, this is why I think they'll go ahead, because everyone just wants to have a party. But obviously, I'm not going to do any of that. So, yeah, I didn't think there would be anything in their policy about this yet, and so I don't know. I'm a bit worried that they're going to say no, you can't have a refund, and I don't know, because I'm gonna have to press them for it, because like there's no way. It's either that or I'd have to like resell the ticket. It is sold out, so maybe I could even make extra money on it. But they do have a resale. They have a resale of tickets later on before the festival, so maybe they do give out refunds for certain things. It cost me £240.
What do you want the refund? Like, what's going to be your excuse? Or
I don't consent to vaccine passports or COVID-19 testing. So I can't go.
You don't consent to social distancing either. Or
That's
not.
true.
I just don't know if they'd give you your money back.
No, I don't know. Well, I thought they would until I read this. But being as they have a ticket resale, then, you know, like festivals always do a resale, so they must give out refunds for certain circumstances. Everyone should also bear in mind that this is the Boomtown logo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I went there the year the car park burnt down, man. That was
The car park burned down. What?
Can't you remember?
The swimming pool burned down as well.
Oh, yeah, literally about, I think it was about 200 cars just set on fire.
What? Like arson?
2016 it was? Yeah, it's a few years ago. It's
what, like
crazy.
spread from car to car?
Yeah, and they nearly abandoned the whole festival, but they just, they put it out and carried on.
That's giving me ideas. Maybe I can get a refund. Like, it's outdoors though, right? It's just like in a field or something.
Yeah. Near Guildford, yeah. Sort of, yeah. Area.
Yeah.
Mad.
God. Yeah, I don't know. So I need the money back, because there's no way I'm dropping £240 on nothing. And that's half the price of a new computer.
Yeah.
So if I can get, I don't know. I've talked about it with my mate as well, and he's going to go because, he's got like a high paying job and his girlfriend's entirely, into the narrative. So, and he's a little bit whipped. So he's not about to tell her, like, she's already got the vaccine because she's a nurse, and he's said to his work that he's not going to get it quite yet, but they're not happy about it at all. But, at some point in the next, I don't know, probably 2 months, he's going to need to get it to continue working. And, to be able to go to gigs and all that sort of stuff in the future. I don't blame him, but personally, I'm not going to do that.
We can make our own festival. Someone will.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You see my stream the other day, the first item I talked about, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Good luck with that one. I'd like to go to some free parties though.
I don't know how they get around it with all the mobile phones and that, because you can see a whole bunch of mobiles in an area. That's kind of how the police figure out where parties are nowadays.
Or if they use IMSI catchers to do it.
Yeah, or I think you can just look in an area and you'll see like 200 phones in a small area.
In a field, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they could set up an algorithm that would say, like, if X number of phones that haven't been near each other in X amount of time are all suddenly next to each other, then something's going on.
Yeah. Or the phone companies will alert the police, maybe.
God. Yeah.
That's why don't take your phones to protest. I never used to.
Don't take your phone to protest. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm planning on live streaming the bloody protest on the 20th if I can.
Oh yeah, that's different though, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of need my phone for it, really.
Yeah.
If it was where I lived, then I would consider it, but I don't know. Don't know how I'd get around it any other way. If I'm getting like a lift there and I'll just get stranded in London.
I haven't really got nothing to hide anyway, so they can fucking look through my phone.
I'd rather they didn't.
Yeah, but yeah. I've probably got about 50 photos on there and that's about it.
Really? Shit, man. I think my downloads folder's got like 3,500 items in it.
Wow. I've got like an iPhone 5, so it's really
Have you actually?
My son's got an iPhone 10. He bought it himself, yeah.
What?
Well, he'd saved up for birthdays and Christmas and all that crap.
What, for like a decade?
About a year or so.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I remember when I bought
Never
my
seen that.
iPhone 5S. No, 4S. I bought the 4S when it came out. It cost me £500. I bought it on a SIM-only contract. That was amazing. I fucking loved that.
Yeah.
And then I changed it for a 5S that I got when I was working at CEX. And then I moved on to my phone I've got now, which I found on the floor. So, yeah, I really need a new phone, like a good phone.
Yeah, I'm still surviving with the iPhone 5.
You got a good computer though.
Yeah. I prefer to get I'd prefer to go backwards in time with a mobile and get a Nokia or something, just something basic.
I don't know. I do find all the stuff you can do, like, you know, like right now I've got the chat scrolling on my phone and StreamYard on the computer.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can get like the Streamlabs app and I don't know, got the eBay app for managing my eBay sales and all of that crap. Deactivated my Facebook the other day though.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've got like Telegram as well, WhatsApp and Discord, so just makes it a bit easier.
Well, deactivated, does that mean?
Not deleted.
Can you ever delete a Facebook account?
It takes 3 months.
Oh.
You can, yeah. It takes 3 months. You press the delete button and you go through like 3 pages of, are you bloody sure about this, mate?
Yeah.
And then it says, okay, your Facebook page will be deleted in 90 days. It will be deactivated now, but if you change your mind in the next 3 months, just sign back in.
Yeah.
And it will be right back where you were.
Yeah, I deleted mine 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
Just got fed up when all my family, like the sort of the ones that believe the narrative side of the family got on Facebook. That's when I was like, oh, I'm done with this now. I
Yeah.
can't say it or do anything on here anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I think my last post on Facebook was, I don't know, like 5 years ago, maybe. I used to use it a hell of a lot. You know, I've still got a Facebook page on there, which has got like 4,000 likes from when I used to do my latex design and manufacture. My page for that was popular as hell. But I haven't posted to that since 2012. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to go to bed in a minute, guys.
I'm surprised we went on this long.
Yeah,
It's been good, man.
it's been cool.
Me too, mate.
Nice one for having you by. It's been good going through a few things, I suppose.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I'm surprised there's so many in the chat, actually. Not loads of people in the chat, but still lots of people watching.
Yeah.
Joan Rotten is live now.
Sorry?
What's that, sorry?
Joan Rotten.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She's live.
Nice.
What, with a panel?
I believe so, yeah.
Last American Vagabond, Joni Rotten, Jason Goodman. They're all live.
Jason Goodman told me to fuck off in the chat.
Oh, yeah, I remember you saying, yeah.
Why? What did you do?
I questioned his guest, Charles Ortel. He didn't seem to know much about 9/11, and he's a native New Yorker.
Yeah, I remember you saying, and he told you to F off. He does get really arrogant and aggressive with people, doesn't he, sometimes?
You were there at the time, HKS.
Was I?
Did you say you were there at the time when he told me to F off?
No, but I've seen him deal with people like that many times.
Yeah, he gets very protective of his guests and his image, I think. Yeah, he's very protective. And he lashes out at people, yeah.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of that on YouTube. More than I thought there was, when I thought there was a lot.
He must be making enough money to want to protect it, I suppose. But
yeah, I think that always plays a role.
Well, he's got his own channel.
Not any channel, but I think Jason Goodman's, yeah.
I don't know who he is.
he has different guests on every week, doesn't he? And
yeah. Charles Ortel is just
a Trump supporter, I suppose.
That kind of thing. Yeah, he's too mainstream. He's way too mainstream.
There's the guy who always does the Serco thing.
Yeah.
Forget his name now.
Hawkins or David Hawkins?
David Hawkins, yeah. They always go through Serco and dodgy stuff like that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I remember seeing a clip of David Hawkins on Jason Goodman the other day talking about Bill Clinton when he was governor of Arkansas, overseeing an operation that paid prisoners for their tainted HIV positive blood.
Yeah.
Sending it up to Toronto, Canada, where it was processed with the knowledge of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the Prime Minister at the time, and then being shipped over to Africa.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that kind of stuff. And then he has, Oompalas like Charles Ortel on Sunday evenings. But yeah, Hawkins is amazing.
Yeah.
And Serco Web is just it's bone chilling stuff, man.
And Black Rock.
Yeah. Yeah, Black Rock. Like, how many trillions of dollars is it? These are
They
the people.
control, like, they're like one of the biggest pension controllers, aren't they, in the world? BlackRock.
Yeah. Yeah. And yet nobody knows about them. The average person has never heard of them.
And they're the
They
ones
were
just
involved in
investing.
9/11.
Oh, they were, yeah. And what's the other company that was involved in 9/11? The Carlyle Group.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bush and Cheney and all that, wasn't it? Rumsfeld.
Yeah, when I used to live in Bristol, I remember walking home from the station one day, and there was a new development being built by the Carlyle Group, and I was like, "Are you kidding? Like here, like fucking everywhere. They got the fingers in all of the pecan pies."
Yeah, they do. They know what they're doing. They've got eyes everywhere, and they're opportunists. And they're all in league, and they're all, carrying out the great work.
They controlled all the catastrophe bonds as well. Did you hear about them?
No, what is that, like a force majeure kind of thing?
Where, like, I think it was JP Morgan and BlackRock, and they all they put money aside like years ago, and then it's like a bond. I don't really understand it too much, but it's like a government bond, and when the catastrophe happened, they basically paid out all these people millions. This was last January, I think. Yeah, they got all the bonds.
Yeah.
Oh, what this was, the catastrophe?
Yeah, it's basically like betting.
Yeah,
in the
betting
future.
on a pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should do that. I mean, we've got it's a pretty sure thing. It's going to get worse, so easy money.
And why are the stock markets at all-time record highs? Because big corporations and big banks are making record profits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to learn more from Zachary Hubbard about, his gematria-based sports betting.
Oh, yeah.
Because he uses gematria to predict the outcomes of NBA and NFL games and Major League Baseball and all of those, and he is right a lot of the time.
Yeah, you've done some research there.
But I have a feeling he puts a lot of those on his whatever it is paid on his website, his Patreon, whatever it is, his paid section. But he's got a proven track record you can look at. He says, I predicted this and this and this for this many years, and it's all bloody happened.
Yeah.
He predicts the weather based on gematria. He's like, there's going to be a hurricane on this day, and there fucking is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, he's fucking harping on about it all the time. He's quite arrogant. But, I suppose you would be if you've been predicting the bloody presidential elections, weather and sports for over a decade.
Yeah, he does make some basic predictions. And when you see the numbers, the patterns, it's really hard to deny. But you got to get people. It's one of those things you got to get people to look at, and if they don't look at it, it's easy to deny or make fun of.
Yeah, there's no catchy slogan that will help someone become a truther.
Yeah,
that's the difficult part.
It's one of those divide subjects like flat Earth or transgenders in media. People either want to look into it or they just want to disregard it. I think in a lot of it's a polarizing subject in the truth.
Yeah, I don't understand why though. It's just math.
It gets emotional because it's a lot of it is just deeply tied up with emotion, and a lot of it goes back.
And religion?
I would just stick with emotion and going back to childhood. Like a lot of these concepts are learned in childhood, and we have a lot of associations, especially in childhood, with, fond memories of learning these concepts.
You mean specifically about gematria, though?
No, not about gematria. Gematria is something new. I'll have to disregard that one. I'm talking about. Yeah, sorry, forget it. Forget what I was talking about, man.
Oh, it looks like there's 5,000 milligrams in each of these.
Yeah. How do you make a hormone? That's all I'm here to talk about.
Oh, amazing.
No, you got to look at it. Is what my main point is. Yeah,
You
I
sound
don't know.
nicely baked, man.
I guess I think because ultimately people don't. Some people just don't want to come to understand that their government and news media are lying to them and screwing them over big time.
Are they? Don't tell me that.
Surely they couldn't be doing that.
They wouldn't do that. Come on now.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I must have looked at maybe about a couple hundred people today. And I'm pretty sure about 190 pretty much believe that the government and the media are telling them the truth about COVID-19. That's my radar was telling me today.
Again, it comes down to talking to or trying to convince the people who are skeptical, or even the people who are awake but simply afraid to stand up and take masks off and not abide by certain rules. It's very difficult to do so.
Yeah.
But then again, I was mostly at a medical complex and a hospital today, so
good luck with that one.
It was kind of normal to sort of see people with masks in a way.
And I think you can convince people to maybe not wear masks, but once they get back into their life and their routine and their social circles, I think people tend to like go back to their old ways again, don't they?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people I know do that.
But here's a question: if businesses and government offices and hospitals leave the sanitizer stands out after this whole thing has gone away, are people still going to be sanitizing? Like, have we really created a population of germaphobes? Are some people still going to wear masks after this is all over?
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah, I think masks they won't be mandated, but they'll be commonplace.
And is there going to be a percentage of the population that is going to shift away from you if you come within 6 feet of them? Go after this is all over.
Yes.
And my boss the other day, he spent, I don't know how much he spent, but he bought the plastic sheeting, for like the counters.
Yeah.
And he basically said, I'm just going to leave them there because like he's against like the whole thing. He thinks the whole thing's bollocks, but he's had to do certain things to like open but he said he's just going to leave them there because like it's just going to keep coming back. They're just going to keep bullshitting, and so things like that are here to stay.
He's supposed to take him down, or you mean they're supposed to be regularly changed, or?
No, like he thinks it's not going to end. So like, if he takes them all down, then he's got to put them all back up again, and it's just. So I think big supermarkets and shops, they're just going to leave them up forever, aren't they? I suppose.
Yep. Yeah, I think if anything, when Aldi was the first UK supermarket to put up the guards around the tills, and when I first saw them, I got told about it before it was in the news or anything, because I had a sort of a friendly sort of chat with some of the people who worked in my local Aldi, and they said that they were installing them next week, and then all the others around the country were getting them too, and I thought they were going to be a little bit more aggressive in a security way, and they turned out to be, they're open, like they're not really there for security at this point, But I think if anything, it may lead to, I think this is a preliminary stage towards creating a more secure environment around retail and all sort of customer facing roles like that. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I suppose, but then also with the cashless society coming, what are people going to steal?
Yeah.
So it just kind of makes sense to me. It just seems like that would fit perfectly in with, you know, when everything starts collapsing, people are going to be running around scared. Maybe that'll happen before the like cashless society comes in. So just
I don't know. I think they're going to try and keep society stable as much as they can when they transition over to a cashless society, I suppose.
yeah, I think so too. I don't think everything's the shit's going to hit the fan entirely. You know, I used to think that many years ago that at some point it was just going to explode. But they're coming for us now. They've heard us. No, I think yeah, because you know what it's like. We're like, I don't know, 0.1% of the population. That's a guess. I've got no idea. But yeah, like yeah, they've got to keep everyone happy. And if everyone sees that suddenly people are just dying in the streets and going around mugging constantly and all of this, yeah, just society will break down entirely. And I think that will take. I think that's a long time. I think it may come, but yeah, they're going to keep everyone happy. You know, like the PS5 just came out, and Apple's about to release their VR headset in the next year or two, and you know all of that shit. Like,
No, and
there's
you
a
can't
lot.
go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. They got a lot planned. You know, we've got bloody Amazon stores and all of that stuff as well. It just makes sense. They want to create this like perfect kind of, you know, Brave New World kind of Soma reality.
I used to watch like 2 films a week, 2 football matches a week. I just haven't watched any since all this has started. I can't sit and watch a film like anymore.
Why is that? Because
I
of
don't know. I just yeah. I think I've been busy on the live streams a lot, and I don't know. I just can't sit there for 2 hours and watch a film now.
yeah, it's hard to do without a really big spliff and lots of snacks and hopefully like someone there with you as well. Like, so do you play video games at all?
No, not really. Used to.
I find myself playing less and less. Especially those big games. I might like trying to think about like video ideas, because obviously I've only just set up and I'd like to do more. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. You know, obviously I showed that research I had on disenchantment, and you know, a lot of my research, I've got nearly 1,000 files in that folder, which are mostly like screenshots and other things, and I got PDFs and stuff, but a lot of it's things from popular media like that with symbolism in. You know, I find it interesting because that leads me to sort of relating that to the, you know, the occult arts or whatever they call them. Yeah, it's interesting like that. But I don't know. It might be nice to do like a video on like the cyberpunk video game, something like that. Like, that's
funny you mentioned that, because I was looking into that the other night, because I've always been interested in. Have you heard of the Walloon Walled City
in China?
Belgium.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was a city in China which was owned by the British, and it was something like nearly 100,000 people living in like a square mile. Yeah, it was crazy. Wow. But they've based one of the that game. They've based one of the levels on that city, I think.
Really?
Yeah. So that's why I was looking at it the other night.
2,000 square mile. Wow.
Yeah. But it was like it was a British colony colony in China that the Chinese people lived in, and they had their own law basically, and there was a lot of dentists in there. It was brothels, drug dealers. It was just
Oh yeah, yeah. It
it
was
knocked
kind of
it
like
down in the
lawless in a
90s.
way.
Yeah,
Oh, was it Kowloon?
Kowloon, yeah, Kowloon walled city, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
It's
it
really
just sort
interesting.
of fell into disrepute and had all sorts of like gang activity kind of running bits, and
Yeah.
I think
I've got postcards from Kowloon. My
Oh, really?
my parents used to from the 50s. My parents used to. They were in the Merchant Marines, so they traveled from the UK, like literally around the equator, and back to the UK again, like
Wow.
it's just part of their job. So they would stop in Hong Kong. They got married in Hong Kong, actually.
Nice.
So we've got. When I grew up, we had like furniture from Hong Kong and India, and little trinkets and Buddhas and things like that in the house.
yeah, that I mean, fucking hell, that is.
That's pretty scary stuff, man.
Imagine how dark it is in the center.
I don't know if have you seen the film Bloodsport? I think it's an 80s film with Jean-Claude Van Damme.
No,
That's meant
no.
to be filmed, well, it was filmed inside the actual city, and yeah, it's dark. Crazy.
That's
What's that next to it? It looks like a racetrack or something. Or is that? Oh no, it's probably like a building site, I guess.
a good question.
Giant skate park.
But it makes you wonder what, the drug use rates, the suicide rates, the domestic violence rates. Yeah, jeez.
And this is when people still lived there.
Yeah. Crazy.
Oh,
Mad.
I don't know how you're opening those. You're opening that in like a new window each time, like getting the picture and opening it separately.
Yeah. I'll just drag it out of the.
That's all right.
Thing.
Just intrigued, yeah. And yeah, as I said before as well, like because you do have a Mac, get that bloody app I mentioned. It's so good. Honest.
Which one was it called again?
It's called Loopback, but if you're a fan of maybe things like Pirate Bay, because it does cost money, but you can get it free of charge, and it's really easy to crack.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I mean, we can talk about it in private chat, and I can send you the one I used if you like. But yeah, it allows you to mix. Like instead of having to choose like mix this microphone with this external output, you can. It just has an interface where you can just click mix Chrome with external microphone, and you can just turn it on and off at the click of a button, and you can hear it in your ears at the same time. So if you play background music or something, it just plays really easy.
Oh, okay.
It's been a godsend. Yeah, because on my first stream I couldn't get the sounds to work properly at all, but yeah, on my second stream it was absolute godsend, just seamless. Yeah, not to do like housekeeping on stream.
I like that OBS because it's got like a mixer and you can see if the sound's coming through. Whereas this, you just kind of have to rely on what everyone in this chat says.
Yeah, I've not actually looked into OBS yet.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, also because I saw you have Streamlabs in the chat. And I set some of it up the other day to be able. I set up some timed messages for my next stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I was thinking of setting up the donation thing for if I wanted to go to the protest. I wouldn't have it running all the time, probably, because I don't know. I'm not doing anything that warrants people giving me money at any point anyway. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I feel kind of weird about it. But and you need I think you need a PayPal business account to do it anyway. So fuck that. But
yeah, Buffer B gave me a $5 about a month ago, and I went to just try and get it out, and it was like, you got to set up this, and you got to do this, and you got to have your passport. I was just like, oh man.
What did she
So
send it by?
just in the Streamlabs thing.
Oh.
So it'll probably just send it back to her, and yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I was thinking of setting up a buy me a coffee site, because I can't use my own PayPal account because I owe PayPal a lot of money. So I've been using the one that my mate. I use my mate's PayPal account for all of my eBay stuff, so I could do that. But then, yeah, I was thinking of just doing a buy me a coffee website, because you can just it's 100% of the money you get. They don't take any fees at all.
Yeah.
And people can just send a quid if they want to. So, but no, I wanted to ask you at some point, later, I guess, about. I can see you've got the timed messages on Streamlabs working, but also you've got the question mark thing. You can type in messages, and I want to get one of those friggin' Mother Nature's got on her channel, the 8-ball.
I think good, clean fun though.
Yeah, I want to set up a custom one.
You need to get Pro for that, which is, I don't know.
No, do you? I swear. Because I was
maybe not.
I got I couldn't figure it out, because it was saying you can run JavaScript in it and all of this, and I don't know how code works, man.
Yeah.
I was hoping that someone would just be like, here's the code, copy and paste this in. And some people have, but I just can't be asked to work it out. And I want to have one that's not 8-ball. I want it to be custom things. So I don't know. I don't know what it would be ask the all-seeing eye, what will this be? Just asking questions, and it provides one of, I don't know, 5 or 10 random answers to whatever the hell you say. I just think that'd be great.
I think one of the first chats I went in 2 years ago, the guy, he had that Streamlabs bot thing, and he used to do stuff like Connect 4, and he'd have voting polls, and it'd just be really funny. Everyone would be in stitches, man. When I don't know why, it just
in the chat
funny. You can set up stuff like chess or Connect 4, and it comes up on the screen, but it's part of Streamlabs. It's really weird. Don't know how he did it. But yeah. And everyone used to you'd ask a question, and then everyone would vote on it, and it would, yeah, it's pretty cool. You can do some cool things in it if you figure it out, but it's quite hard.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the first bit set up, but obviously it hasn't. I don't even know if it's going to work yet, because I've not used it yet. I've got it to set to run messages every. It's kind of annoying that it does it X amount on every hour rather than just every X amount of minutes, because then if you want different messages, you need to think about the increments so it doesn't just post both messages at the same time.
I think I've set mine up for every 35 messages or something, or every 40 messages.
I didn't know you could do it per message. My settings say every X number of minutes, as long as there's this many messages within the last 5 minutes.
Oh, that's what I think mine is as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I've set it to as long as there's 3 messages within 5 minutes, then every 12 minutes post this or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think mine's 35 and 5 minutes or something.
Okay. Yeah. No. Said I wasn't going to do housekeeping now.
Nah, sorry. I said I was going to go to bed an hour ago, but no, it's cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, you just get chatting, don't you? It's all good.
Yeah. It's It's 11-3 today.
11-3. What's that?
33.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah.
Why is it
33.
today?
Sorry?
Say that again.
Why is it 11-3 today, Owen?
It's the 11th of March.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, where you are. I forgot. Never mind. Yeah, good luck with that. Could be a flag.
Yeah. Also on the 3rd of March, The Simpsons got renewed for its 33rd season.
Oh.
Touche.
Wow.
Yeah, and Simpson in Gematria is 33.
Touche.
Touche.
It's all in their signs, symbols, and numbers.
Yeah, they definitely plan it, especially in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Undeniable.
Yeah, there's still. I mean, I was watching season 32 last night. Actually, it's a bit shit.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been shit since season 9. And don't forget season 9, episode 1, 9-1, which is the episode where they go to the World Trade Center.
Oh, so you don't like the predictive programming?
I don't like the predictive programming.
Yeah.
I love the predictive programming. What are you on about?
What don't you like about it when you say it's been shit?
Oh, The Simpsons itself. The Simpsons has just been a garbage television show for many years. Up until season 9, they had Brad Bird as a writer on the show, the guy who made like The Incredibles and helped make like Finding Nemo and Toy Story. They had Conan O'Brien helping write the show.
Nancy Cartwright.
Yeah, like they had so many good people making it up until season 9, and then yeah, they all left. And you know, they had like a bit of they did have some good episodes still. You know, there were still some good episodes after that. Like, I don't know, maybe I don't know when the monorail episode was, or most of the good episodes were before season 9. And then like once you get to like season 20, it's just all bollocks, like messages about GMO foods and feminism, and it's just the whole show is like, you know, remember that thing with Apu, and they had to say like, oh no, we're not gonna talk about this in this way anymore, and like Marge and Lisa like looked at the camera, they were like, what are we like, so, you know, sometimes things are created and when the world is a different place, and only through time do we realize that, you know, that they were insensitive. What are we to do about it? And then they both look at the camera and go, what are we to do? And then they replaced the voice of Apu with a black actor, I think, unless they removed him. No, I think they replaced him. Same as they did for, what is it? Dr. Hibbert as well. He's now done by Kevin Michael Richardson.
I never heard of him.
He's the voice of the principal in American Dad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Hibbert sounds completely different. Oh, and Carl as well. They redid the voice of Carl.
Yeah.
You're proving to be a consumer of media.
I do consume too much media.
9/11 is very suspicious.
What's your problem with 9/11? Don't you love 9/11?
And that pyramid hat you're wearing with the Eye of Horus.
Yes.
Must mean something.
No. It's a sandwich. Can't you see?
The way the arm kind of comes straight down. I don't know.
Well, I have no bones.
Looks like a tranny peppermint to me.
Franny Peppermint.
What?
All very suspicious. It's all very suspicious.
I want what you've got. Sounds good.
Yeah, man. Okay, will you put up a bloody picture or something at some point?
Oh yeah, I should do that sometime.
I want to see what kind of picture you choose. Something more exciting than just a picture of some chemtrails, though.
Okay.
Penelope Jones, Mrs. Peppermint. Well, his name's Peppermint Butler. Although, because he's dressed like Aleister Crowley, I've named the file on my computer Peppermint Crowley.
Peppermint Crowley.
Yeah. Sounds delicious. Go to a little tea shop on the side of a hill. I'll have a Peppermint Crowley, please.
The side of Battenberg.
Yeah.
Man.
Where do you find the time to do your research, media?
I stay up all night. So, I haven't been doing that much research recently. Just been doing fucking streams all the time. Actually, no, I did some earlier. I wrote some things in my notebook for what I wanted to cover in my next stream. I was looking at, I thought I would look at Newsround. You won't know what that is, Archive, but Newsround is the BBC children's news section.
Ooh.
I remember that when I was a kid.
Still going.
Wow.
I wanted to see what they were saying. You know, I wanted to see like how they were doing it for the kids. So I found a couple of like articles and videos they got on there. They got CV testing in schools, and they've gone around and asked kids, and they're like, "It's really easy to do. It makes us all feel safe."
Yeah, it pierced my right eardrum.
Yeah. And then they had another one about how deaf children or hard of hearing children with hearing loss are struggling in schools, and how everyone should start wearing clear masks.
Yeah.
That's better.
Does it mention that COVID rarely affects kids and kids rarely get sick from it? And
no, not at all. Of course not.
And even if they do, they bounce back within a couple of days and they don't transmit it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got a few other. There was some people have inquired with the government to change the question on gender in the census that's happening soon, because at the moment it asks like, what is your gender, but then you have to what is it? They want to like clarify it to say, like, it's kind of the opposite of what you'd expect. Instead of being like, choose your gender and just write whatever the hell you like, they're saying, no, actually you have to write what's on your birth certificate or what you are legally registered as with the government, rather than what you like, rather than conflating sex with gender identity. Yeah, kind of the opposite of what you would expect to happen in that instance. So I don't know. Maybe they're doing it to get a backlash.
I hear there's a brand new question on the census this year.
Uh-huh. What is it?
How do you make a hormone?
I saw you coming. Shit. Don't pay for her abortion. That's how.
No,
It's a little crass, isn't it?
you just don't care. That's all you have to do. Just don't.
Yeah, there's a few other stories. BBC had one today saying it's normal, quote unquote, normal to feel unwell after vax. We've got the government digital identity framework, which I talked about earlier. Apparently, Sweden had a lockdown protest despite not actually having a proper lockdown. The Amazon Go store, or Amazon Fresh is actually called in the UK. It's called Amazon Go in the US. And also Switzerland have just initiated a burqa ban.
Right.
Oh, it's not specifically a burqa ban. It doesn't mention Islam, Muslims, niqabs, burqas, or anything in the bill. It's about face coverings. They've banned face coverings, right? But here's the ironic part: unless they're for medical reasons. Like, what? Literally everyone's wearing a face covering, and you ban face coverings.
Wow.
Fucking nuts. Yeah. Anyway, I've just ruined my show anyway. So those are spoilers.
You know, they talk about how you're more likely to feel unwell after the shot, but they don't talk about how you're more likely to feel well just by walking down the street and not worrying about anything. Because the odds that you get COVID or are incapacitated by it in any way are really, really slim. You're better just to ignore it.
Yeah.
You sound like someone who's just woken up like a week ago. Did you hear that? It's like this virus going around or something.
Yeah. Which one?
Somebody was telling me downtown that there's a bug going around or something.
No. You mean swine flu?
They didn't say, but they said she was nasty.
What are you doing, like personifying it?
And feminizing it at the same time.
It's part of the agenda. It's part of the agenda, everyone.
COVID's a bitch, eh?
Oh man, you're a funny cunt when you're stoned.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah. My God, so funny in the day. So, I got to talk to a man about a dog.
That's what my mate always used to say.
Yeah. That means it's not a good thing.
What?
I don't really understand it.
No, I don't know why people say it. I don't know. My mate used to say it every time we went to pick up. He's like, I need to go see a man about a dog.
Yeah, no, it's a colloquialism. Usually means a car. No, it means something important usually.
Oh, I thought it just meant drugs.
Oh, well, that's important.
Important, but you don't want other people to know about it, kind of thing. Yeah. But you want them to know about it, but you don't want them to know about it.
Well, yeah. Because I think it's something I should talk about to the group, but I'll talk to him first.
Mate, your dogs come to you. I'm the man.
Yeah. I don't know if this is the right time or not. No, maybe I'll save it.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
Joan's show is over. Oh, shame.
You can't watch more than one live stream at once. I don't know why you try.
Oh, I just clicked for a second. They were replaying last night's Joan show.
Oh.
Okay. She wasn't on it.
Okay.
But it was just me, Jerry, and Ulick and Lie to Me.
Yes. Yeah, he comes around these parts.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
Glaswegian, welcome.
Yeah, still not pleased about Ulick being the way that he was with me.
Yeah.
Never mind, eh? I shouldn't even really bring it up. I don't want to talk about things like that on stream. I'm too concerned with the world at large.
Yeah, but the live streams are playing in the front of your lobe. They must have an effect on you, don't they?
Yeah, it can be quite triggering, I think.
Can be.
Especially like when people are, saying things, and if you're on camera at the time as well, it's almost like you're like you're at like some county fair and you're the one sat on that little pedestal above a bucket of water and people are lobbing balls at it. They're all taunting, ready for when you finally fall in.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun last night. John Overkill reared his head and showed. That's funny.
Yeah, he hasn't posted in 6 days.
Yeah, I think he's probably got a ban, a 2-week ban or a week ban, probably.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Well, that's the only reason I can think.
Oh,
that'd be good.
Yeah, it's your channel age, is it? Age Case 5 because it's your 5th channel.
Yeah.
How did the other 4 go?
Just copyright or misinformation guidelines or community guidelines. Loads of things. I think the first lockdown, basically there was no football going on around the world apart from the MLS, and I put up a stream of a football match, and I literally had about 50,000 people in the chat at once.
What?
Yeah, I got about 1,000 subs within like 10 minutes. And after the match finished, they deleted the account.
What? No, nothing, like no strikes or nothing?
No, yeah, they just deleted it, man. But it was funny. I could see a couple of people that I knew because the stream was going like so fast. And I could see people I knew going like, what the fuck's going on? Where are all these people coming from? And it's crazy. But yeah, they deleted it. So I was a bit gutted about that.
Yeah, I'm worried about what you need to do to get it deleted without a strike. I haven't had any strikes yet, but my first 2 streams have both had copyright problems.
Yeah.
Just copyright notices. The first one is banned in Japan. The second one is banned in the US.
Yeah. That's weird.
Well, yeah, separate. Like the first one I used, what was it? The first one was banned because Matty played that kid's song about wearing masks and being clean and all of that stuff, like some kids propaganda. And he played it. He filmed it with his phone, playing on his TV, and they picked that up still. They recognized exactly what it was. And that banned it in Japan. And then the second one, because I played a clip from that TV show Exoforce. They didn't mind Spider-Man. They didn't mind Sid the Science Kid. But Exoforce was enough, to have it bloody... Yeah. So that's banned in the US, although no one really watches it in the US, so it's not really a problem. Pretty much all of my viewers are in the UK, I think.
Anything to do with the vaccine or stuff like that, they delete.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be careful about what I say, really. I don't know. I don't think I've got enough subs yet that it's like on the radar.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works. I've only got 78 subs, so I don't know. I mean, you can get up to 3 strikes, isn't it? And then each strike lasts 90 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
And same with copyright.
Yeah. God. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that 9/11 video I put up earlier.
Oh yeah.
That probably wasn't a great idea.
Yeah, well, you never know about 9/11 if they'll take them down.
Well, I mean, they're official BBC things, so
Oh,
I've also figured out that what you write in, do you know, the what's it called, the
the
comment
description.
bit, yeah, description. I've also figured out if you write bad stuff in there, they can delete your video that way, because I put a video up about the BBC, and it wasn't it was slating them off a little bit, but I put in like that description bit, the BBC are cunts and I fucking hate them, you know, blah blah blah, and they just deleted it and they gave me a strike for breaking community guidelines or something.
Oh, just being rude.
Yeah, so that's another way they can delete it.
Okay. What the English Breakfast has set up a live stream that was supposed to start 19 minutes ago.
That's weird.
Random late night boogie. Let's have a slow dance. What? But it hasn't started. It's supposed to start at 12:37.
Then.
Yeah. Oh, he has got the chat. He's been writing in the chat. It didn't load at first.
Over sausage is Asda's best customer for reduced cucumbers.
Welcome, over sausage destroyers.
Oh dear.
He's doing it now. What?
Oh man! Please come over here, English Breakfast. I'll stay up an extra 10 minutes just for you to come here.
Oh god.
Oh,
What?
Fucking hell.
That's so funny.
Oh man. Yeah, man, I'm definitely gonna have to go to bed. I'm fucking knackered. What time is it? Oh, it's only 1. But yeah.
Too bad.
Yeah, man. I'm fucking knackered, but it's been great having you on the show. It's been good, and yeah.
Yeah, man.
If
It's
you're
been
doing one in a few days, I'll come on and that.
Yeah, I don't know when I was gonna do it, man. Yeah, I couldn't have done. Well, I can't do it Thursday night, and then maybe Friday. But I don't know. People like to, I don't know, like have a drink and like chat, and well, people like to get a bit, you know, like merry and like rowdy on the streams, and I don't really want to have a rowdy stream on my channel.
Yeah.
You know? Like, also, I'm thinking I may, if I do have a chat stream, I may separate it from the New World News. I think that's what I'm going to call it. I might separate it because like the last 2 have been 6.5 hours long, and the info bit really was like an hour and a half. So I might do it separately and then maybe set up a separate stream for after. And then if it gets messy, I can just delete it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like this, you know, this has been like courteous and, you know, like enjoyable all the way through. But yeah, the last one was just became a mess at the end, and I don't want to get rid of it because it, you know, it's actually it's my best performing video at the moment.
Yeah.
It's got 366 views in one day, which
you can always delete the last 10 minutes though, can't you? Maybe.
Can you?
Yeah, you can edit and
I've seen the edit bit. Can you literally just chop off a whole chunk of it?
Yeah, I think so. I had to Google it and like figure out how to do it. It took me a while, but you can do it.
Well, it might help. Like, it's also the replayability. Like, who wants to watch a 6.5 hour live stream after it's played? You know?
Yeah.
If it was like 2 hours, you'd be like, okay, I'll put that on in the background. But 6 hours, you're like, no matter how much time I've got in the background, like, you know, that's going to take up my entire fucking morning and afternoon.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Over sausage. Oh man.
You still want that sausage emoji, don't you? Yeah.
It's funny. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna have to shoot off, man.
Yeah, cool.
I'm that rude.
Yeah, man. I really enjoyed this stream.
Yeah, it's been good. Thank you for coming on, and it's been
Yeah.
cool. It's been chilled, and yeah, we've had a chance to talk and stuff.
Thanks for having me.
That's all good. You've been funny tonight. It's been good.
It was artificially funny.
Baked.
Hey.
Oh shit, 6 hours. Didn't realise it was gone that long.
Is it? Wow. Okay. Shit, man. Maybe we have to chop off the last 3 hours.
Nah, it'll be all right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool, nice one, everyone in the chat. It's been good. If people are still awake. 23 watching. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Why aren't they?
Well, big ups to David Icke.
Yeah, if he's listening.
Hello, David.
Hello, David.
If you're listening, David, maybe like a discount on your next tour. Actually, it's an interesting point. When you tour again, Mr. Icke, are you going to require vaccine passports for those in attendance?
Yeah. And masks.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Cool. Well, yeah. Thanks a lot, Age. Well,
yeah, nice one.
We'll see you on the next one. Fucking hell, guy's just pissed off. I was about to say goodbye to him. All right. Sound. All right. Cool. All right. Catch you soon.
Speak soon. Take it easy. Peace out, y'all.